building a street car through to a race car, be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson, I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out.
I've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Sydney Dragway. It is Aeroflow Performance Race for Real. My name's Pat Elliott. I'm joined here tonight with a pocket rocket, Stuart White. How are you, mate?
Very well, thank you, Pat. It is great to be here on a Wednesday night for Aeroflow Race for Real. What a way to kick it off. We've got an R35 GTR taking on Corey Stutchbury in the Dialed-In Racing VX Commodore.
Yeah. Corey out there in that nitrous-assisted VX, so let's, not sure if he's on the bottle tonight, but he's chasing the light, already an 010 red for the first time out, trying to get dialed in, pardon the pun, with the launches there, but yeah, geez, having those guys cut some laps down here in a really short amount of time.
Oh, they certainly have. And, you know, they're a great team. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. Been thankful enough to actually have gone to their workshop.
Yep.
And just see the amount of preparation they do on their vehicles. Next up, we've got the BMW taking on the Honda CR-V.
Yeah, that's X5 was here last week, if I remember correctly. It's running some pretty consistent bottom 13s, which for a big heavy diesel four-wheel drive, that's a pretty swift thing. So good to see. Well, and it does again, the 13.15 with a 4 at 104 miles per hour, 17.44 with a 5 at 77 for the Honda CR-V.
Well, big hello to everybody that's tuned in via Facebook and YouTube for tonight. And I'm looking forward to a cracker night with the Bushman up here, our producer for this evening, and Pat Elliott in commentary.
We've got a bit of inter-workshop rivalry down here, Stewie. It's the boys from PSC Racing. So Mark is down there in the old Merc up against his worker Dimitri. So they're having a bit of a laugh and enjoying themselves down here to settle some arguments in the workshop, I think. And the boss man has not let his young fella off lightly. He's crossed through for a 17.55 at a scorching 81 miles per hour. But hey, it's going to be pretty close. We've got a 17.0 at 81 also in the Rocket Lane. So good to see those guys that are quite often here having some fun tonight.
Well, unfortunately, the reaction time there in the Rocket Lane probably just let him down a little bit.
Yeah. That's all right. It's early days. He can work on it.
He can. So. Hey, we got that Nissan Pulsar Triple S, which just did a ripper of a front-wheel drive burnout, taking on the little Hyundai Getz, a car that I've actually raced down this drag strip before. 1386 there for the Nissan and an 1835 there for the little 1.6 litre Hyundai Getz as the Falcon comes out against the Cortina.
Yep, bit of Ford-on-Ford action going on down there. That the owner of that Triple S is not afraid of a burnout, is he?
No.
He's pretty keen on it. So it's always entertaining to see. Oh, bit of a early bump there for the EL Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. It's all right, just getting used to stalling it up, I imagine. But looks like it's going to have the legs over the old Cortina in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, the Cortina here just about every week. It's not the fastest car, but it is consistent, and a 16.57 to a 16.55. Unfortunately there for the Falcon, as Pat said, he just jumped a little bit too quick.
Now, not a big deal tonight, though, is it, Stu? Being a race for real?
That's right. It's about fun tonight and racing yourself. Hey, Troy's asking, do they prep the track for a street meet? Yes, they do. It's only a very, very light prep, generally. But last night we had private test day. So one of the lanes down there is a lot stickier than the other. So
yeah, absolutely. There was pretty serious radial prep down there yesterday. So there's a couple of pretty serious cars making some laps down here at Sydney Dragway, which we love to see. But yeah, the prep for a race for real is pretty minimal, mostly because there's such a wide variety of tyre being used out here. So you've got everything from super low profile, regular old street tyres, all the way through to the odd car that might be running a slick or a radial tyre, drag specific tyre out here. They all have a different effect on the racing surface. So generally a street tyre is actually going to lift the glue and sort of lift the rubber a little bit on the track. So there's not much point putting a ton of prep down, because the other issue that you have is once we put a ton of prep down, then those regular old street cars that maybe not here designed for a sticky track, they start breaking things.
That's right.
Which is not ideal. It doesn't let everyone get as many laps as they want, whatever else. So I can hear the sound of a 5-cylinder Volkswagen Audi motor down there. I think it's a little RS3 in the Aeroflow lane. Had a bit of difficulty staging there, but it's got on down with a great sound of 12.17 at 118 miles per hour. And the Falcon in the Rocket Lane goes through for a 17.15 at 88.
We've got Yuri, who's on the live stream on YouTube, says, Steve, mate, how are you? Because Bushy, one of our well-known commentators here at Sydney Dragway, we might get him on the mic a little bit later.
We'll see if his head stops spinning. He's had to jump into the production role tonight. So Adam, our normal production man, is I can't believe who let him do it, but he's gone on annual leave. I think he's gone away for holidays. All right, so next pairing on the way down the track there, we've got FG Falcon Ute up against little EK Civic. They're going to run on through there with a 13.45 with a 119 miles per hour for the Falcon and a 15.47 at 96 for the Honda. While we are out here just giving a bit of a clean-up at the start line there, it is a friendly reminder to everyone that's in their street car to switch the AC off while you're in the lanes. So being that it is a warmer day and a warmer night, we know that everyone wants to keep nice and cool in the car. But the problem is when it's idling around and there's you know, a bit of warmth outside, you get all the condensation from the AC condenser, and that will drop on the racing surface. So it's not great for your times, it's not great for everyone else's times. So please, just a friendly reminder, switch your AC off and roll your windows down to keep cool in the staging lanes.
All right, we've got Godzilla about to hit the track. It's an R32. 33 is it?
33.
It's a 33.
33 GDST, I believe.
My
there.
apologies.
Sure, I'm just correcting you because everyone on the stream is going to. They won't give us a break when we get it wrong.
My apologies. I mean, it's a Nissan, so I generally don't take much notice of it.
Oh.
But I'm a Mazda fan. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
I know.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, the R33 probably not quite as famous as the Godzilla, but still a very potent car in its own right. About to take on the little Toyota Corolla.
Yep, both just taking their time to get into stage. Could be first timers down there, I think. So we need one more light on. Just need to edge forward to get the second bulb lit. That's it. If we can get the Corolla in there. Yep. A little bit more Corolla. Yeah, that's it. All right, so we've got both staging beams lit. That means that the cars are ready to race. And we see the green light drop. R33 with a bunch of wheel spin, first and second gear there. Seems to have gathered it up, but while it's spinning its wheels, the Corolla is keeping him honest in the rocket lane. Always good to see. Skyline does get there first for a 16.20 at 92 miles per hour for a 15.92 at 89.
Yeah, not too much between them at the 8th mile. Have we got the Ford SUV?
Ooh, an Escape. It's a rare thing to see at Sydney Dragway. But I'm glad that the driver is out here trying to cut a light as well. I dare say that there is maybe one of our track champ competitors piloting that little SUV. And also the Ford Ute in the Aeroflow lane. We've got an 0.84 reaction time on the light there. We've got some secret squirrel training going on down here from track champs, but they're giving themselves away.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Commodore not afraid in the burnout there, Pat. Great lot of smoke, but I'll tell you what, the Volvo, it certainly went off for the burnout. Now, I presume this is the V8 one that has been coming out here for years, and unfortunately, it looks like he may have broken it during the burnout.
It's moving off under his own power, which is okay. But yeah, it's certainly got something extra under the bonnet there because it's got a fat set of ET Street Mickey Thompson tyres on the back of it. I saw in the staging lanes there, and it was also not afraid of a burnout. So hopefully just something silly not working after the burnout there, and they'll get it back around for another hit. So that'll be keen. But this VRVS Commodore was sounded pretty healthy. So we'll see what it's got once the Volvo gets out of the track.
Yeah, there was definitely no straw hats needed for that Volvo.
No.
But we'll see what this Commodore can do.
I think that Volvo might need to like super glue the hat on the parcel shelf because it's going to fly off the way that thing was launching.
I reckon that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I might suggest that to him next time I speak to him. Let's see what this Commodore's got for us. You hear it, Aeroflow Race for Real here every Wednesday night here at Sydney Dragway, and a big thank you to Aeroflow Performance for their continued support of Race for Real here at one of the best tracks in Australia. And as the VS goes over the Gulf Western Oil finishing line, it's a 13.73 at 100.3.
Another good reaction time there from the driver in the VS. It was 0.31, I think. So. Very, very nice. All right. So a bit of domestic rivalry down here on the line. We've got the Holden Wagon in the Aeroflow lane up against the FG Falcon in the Rocket lane. It sounded like it had the distinct noise of an external wastegate going on down there. So I think it's going to have a bit of that Barra power under the bonnet. Well, building boost, a lot of axle tramp and wheel spin from the wagon.
Well, from memory, this Falcon was running a set of ET Streets on the rear end of it. And to half track, 6.65 to the 8th mile, and runs on through with a 6.70 with a 7.
Something's
Something
tripped the
not
beams
right.
there.
That
That's
has
not quite
tripped,
right, but we'll get them back around. 6:55 is pretty healthy for an 8th mile pass, so
Yeah.
we'll see what's happening there. The tree just got tripped at the after half track.
One of our regulars out now in the Falcon.
Yep. Very, very healthy XE, I'm going to say, down there. Could be an XF.
Yep.
It's very nice up against the Commodore Ute in the Aeroflow lane, who's just rolled the beams. So we'll just get our helpful track staff to bring them back on down.
Just to all our racers that are out the back in the cars, guys, please make sure that your air conditioning is off before you leave the staging lanes, please, guys. Obviously, if there's a little drip of water, yes, we can clean it up, but it takes a little bit longer for the racing. And we want to give you as many runs as possible, so please make sure that your air conditioning is off.
And in some cases, it actually robs a little bit of horsepower as well, so we don't want that. Nice launch from the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, that was a good launch.
A couple of womps there, though. It's not happy as it gets on down the track. Power in and out, 1288 at 59.99 miles per hour is not representative for that car. Now 1386 at 107 for the Commodore Ute.
Yeah, 1.4 in the 60s. Sammy Joe Johnson coming out now in the Commodore from Dialed In Racing, also Shorty's Performance, who help out with the motor with that car. And Sammy Joe really come to grips with this car after racing the VE for many a time. It's got the old motor out of her partner Brian's car, you know, running a little shot of nitrous. 1.55 in the 60 for Sammy Joe.
She's going to be really happy with that reaction time as well. She's had a big learning curve to get that to get used to that car over the VE. So yeah, she'll be really happy with that. 1077 at 125 for Sammy Joe and 1545 for the yellow Ute in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, this should be a cracker of a pass. Two cars, Ford versus Holden. Both of them got parachutes. Now, it's a bit hard.
I think, what, is it a Ford down there, or is that the Centura from last week?
Might be the...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, the Centura. Yes, my apologies.
The Centura, that tough, but it's got Ford power in it. Stu, if you remember,
right.
It's got the small block Ford in that one. So yeah, really cool car. Cut plenty of laps, and yeah, must have really got a taste for it again last week. It's back out again.
I have my eyes on this Commodore because it is one very, very clean example. 1.30 in the 60 for the Centura. And a 922 with a 4. Great pass. 1120 for the Commodore. Expecting that to go a little bit quicker.
Yeah, maybe the 60 foot not quite there. I couldn't quite hear what the engine combination was on that VL, but it didn't. You know, 1.7 60 foot probably has got a bit more in it, I dare say.
All right, we're into the bikes. And it's great to have our motorcyclists here. Of course, they did a photo shoot this afternoon with Sydney Random Riders. Of course, on the 10th of October is the first of our bike nights here at Sydney Dragway. So if you're into the two-wheeled action, make sure you get out for that.
Yep, very, very popular, the bike nights. It's always a great turnout because you don't have to wait for the cars to run. You just it's just bikes all night. So very, very worthwhile getting out to enjoy that extra time on the track if you are a two-wheeled rider. I was actually planning on coming out myself on the bike, but the wife decided that we were going to go away that weekend, so yeah. I'm going to blame her. Put all the blame on the wife.
Yep. She's not watching the live stream, so
probably is. Yeah, she'll beat me up later. It's all right. Yep. It's all good. 1196 was 6 at 121 for the Aeroflow lane, 1189 at 119 for the Rocket lane.
Well, I was going to say, Mrs. Elliott, be nice.
Yeah. She's always very nice to me. She's a saint. But nonetheless, next pairing up at the line. Pretty handy pair of reaction times there for the two riders. 090 and an 077. Very impressive. A 1092 at 127 miles per hour for the Rocket Lane, 1127 at 136. Good mile per hour in the Aeroflow lane there. Just needs to get into it a little bit earlier, and there will be a very nice time on that board.
Well, just doing a quick shout out to Michael Riches, who's on his way to the Spring Nationals.
Yes, yep, down the bend.
Yeah. So, Michael, I hope you have a good run down there. And also to TD Motorsport as well.
Yep.
They're a little bit bummed that they couldn't be here tonight because... Yeah.
Albie. Albie's always around, but yeah, they're pretty busy. He's got some exciting news in store. So very nice bit of kit that he's just brought home. That might be just... might have a bit of a drinking problem, that new bike that he's putting together.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be a bit cackly, and hopefully, if all the planets align, I don't want to say too much, but it is out there. That is got a nitro bike. It's still searching for the engine, I believe, but it's coming up. So very exciting for Team Digger Motorsport down there.
Yeah, they've done a great job. Albie loves his motorcycle, and also very supportive of a lot of other bike races as well. Wally Hoster down on track now in the Rocket Lane. Now he's been riding the Suzuki the last few weeks, and previously, and then he had the Kawasaki, which is interesting because that bike obviously is a different demographic to what the Suzuki is, but a 9.27 at a 163, I think he'd be very happy with that.
That's pretty, yeah, that's pretty nice. Mile per hour and ET, very good. Last rider up is Solo. Ooh, there's a little bit of a bubble there off the line, but and just tagging the limiter as he heads on down the track there, but nonetheless 1166 with a 918 miles per hour.
Well, next up we've got the two silver bullets. We've got Corey Stutchbury coming out, the Dialed-In Racing VX Commodore, and taking on the Honda CR-V.
Unless there's a turbo under that bonnet, I'm not sure that the CR-V in a bullet is quite the right descriptor down there, Stu. But I'm not being a hater. I'm not being a hater.
Hey, we've had them race in Street Fighter before, and
comes with a K from the factory.
You never know. You never know.
Yeah. No, he's hoping. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for a turbo strapped to a K series in a CR-V. You know, I mean, that sounds like a party to me. But 009 red on the tree for Corey, and an 033 red for a racer in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, you mentioned people trying to go for the reaction time, Pat.
Yes.
I mean, there's $2,100 up for grabs tonight.
That's a very good point, Stu. There is quite the jackpot up there, and it's a great way to, I know the Dialed-In Racing crew just picked up a couple of new sets of tyres today from Rocket Industries, so yeah, $2,100 would go a long way to offsetting that cost, but very, very nice.
Well, a little Holden Gemini. Now, if this is the one that was here last week, if you're here at the track, guys, make sure you get down to the pits or the staging lanes and have a look at it, because it is not only is it immaculate on the outside, but the inside of it is just as much work gone into it. It's a lot of money spent on it. And at 1161 at 116, he'd be very, very happy with that. We got a little Datsun coming out next, the little green machine.
Yeah, nice little 510 down there. Very cool. I just want to touch on that X5 again quickly. That just also ran another 13.15.
Wow.
So super consistent. Maybe you should bring it out to the track champs and enter it in Street Fighter, because it's ready to rock and roll.
I reckon that would be a very, very good idea. Taking on this R35 GTR, which was out here last week as well, and I was having a chat with the engine builder of this car, and he still offered me a drive the Tesla. But, you know, I don't drive other people's cars, but a 1034, 134, that's a little bit more like it.
Yep, 1320 at 122 mile per hour for the Datsun. So the mile per hour giving you a better indication of what's going on there. But it did. It's always tricky to get these little Dados off the line with their IRS rear end and skinny tyres generally. So there's a big bulk there. So lots of improvement possible for the little green Dado. Can't wait to see it come back around again. And we've got another one here. Blue 1600. 510, however you want to call it. Ooh, it's had a big clutch dump down there, and may have had something just say no more, unfortunately, which is never what we want on the first pass of the night.
No, we don't. Well, that's a little bit unfortunate there for the Dado, but hey, that's racing. You know, these things do happen.
Yeah, it's certainly something, and you know the good thing is it happens here at the track. It's it's a safe environment. You got someone right there to push you back into safety, figure out if there's any spillages or heaven forbid fires or anything like that. The crew's here to handle it at Sydney Dragway. You never want to have a breakage anywhere, but if you're trying to try something out on the street or in Mexico as it was. Sometimes it can be a little bit worse because there's no one there to help you out. So
I could say a Mexican joke right now, but I'm sure there are people watching from Melbourne or Victoria that probably wouldn't appreciate that.
No. They're used to it. It's all right.
And I'm in a nice mood tonight. In case you two haven't noticed, I'm actually in a very nice mood. Not my usual smart ass mood like I normally am.
Well, I hope so, mate. I brought you a coffee.
Yes, well you did, and I do thank you very much for that.
So a big shout out to Go Nuts for Donuts up there. The girls up here at the top of the stairs here at Sydney Dragway. If you want a nice coffee and some killer donuts, that's the place you need to go. All right, so we'll just check out the track. It doesn't look like there was any major fluid spill from that Datsun, which is good news. But we'll just have a quick look and make sure there's nothing too untoward. Might be a little bit of mist or something that would come out of. I'm assuming it was maybe a drive shaft or something along those lines. Half shaft maybe.
Well, from memory, Pat, I'm pretty sure that's also manual, that car as well. So
yeah,
it could have been something in the gearbox that could have let go, which is a shame. Hopefully it is only something small so they can get that Datsun back out, because it's going to have our Datsun community here. Obviously, it's a car that we don't get a lot of unless we have an actual Datsun night.
But there's just not many of them left, is there?
Well, no, there's not.
It's been quite a while since they've sold the old Dado, but it is a cult classic, and they will be around for many years to come. So hopefully not too much of a drama. But
well, just while we've got this little break in proceedings, we must give a shout out to Countryside Property Group. Now, Countryside Property Group is a family-owned real estate agency based at number 47 Maitland Street in Bingara, New South Wales. And Countryside Property Group services the whole of New South Wales for property management and their local area for sales. For all inquiries, call 02 6703 2900, and they are proud sponsors of Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, absolutely. If you are looking for the assistance of a Country Property Group, they are in Bingara, not Bingara Gorge, which I made the mistake of assuming, which is a suburb just down the road from where I live in the southwest of Sydney. I thought, oh, they're just down the road. I might, pop in there and have a chat to them. Maybe looking for a new house or something like that. No, Bingara is not exactly nearby to Sydney. So it's great to see those guys make the effort to come down here, get involved with Sydney Dragway. And they're here quite regularly racing their own cars. So, yeah, love to have them on board.
Well, I've got this wagon down here, and I don't care what anyone says. Long roofs are cool. I actually saw a little post on Facebook of a car from America, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
And it had a big blown combination, but it was a wagon, and everyone's just like, that is cool.
Yep.
That is cool.
Wagons are cool.
They are.
Call me an old boring man if you like. Still think they're cool.
No, I reckon we need the Undertaker back out. I miss that car so much. Because that was one of the OG Wild Bunch cars.
Yeah, it's been a while since that thing's cut a lap for sure. All right, 1264, 113 miles per hour in the Rocket Lane to a 15:23.91 for the EL.
All right, little Volkswagen Golf.
And one for you, Stewie, being a Mazda fan. That's a Mazda Cosmo down there in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, that is cool.
20B on board.
That is cool. Love it.
Oh, bit of stall off the line by the looks of things for the Cosmo. It's all good. Get it fired up. Off we go. Nice launch for the car in the Aeroflow lane. It gets away for a 15.01 with a 4 at 95 miles per hour. And the Cosmo gets to the line there, of course, an unrepresentative 24.63 at 98 miles per hour.
All right. The battle of the workmates. Yep. I didn't realise that wagon's got neons on it.
Oh, bit of underglow going on down the side there.
That's cool.
The R31.
Should post that onto Fast and Furious and say, look, this is Aussie style. That's cool.
Certainly a different kind of Aussie style. Maybe just Furious, not so fast.
Yeah, probably.
Sorry, Dimitri.
Although, you never know. Could have a,
he knows it's not. He knows it runs a 17.
They could put a turbo on it just to make it kind of cool.
It'll happen, for sure.
Yeah.
In the right location. All right, I think we have a short stoppage for, is it some friendly Western Sydney wildlife?
I think so.
Down there, right. Looks like they've cleared out, so we'll get the track guys back across the other side and let this PSC Racing battle for the ages continue. Benz versus Nissan.
Yeah, the old school Benz.
Oh, Dimitri's rolled through the beams. Come on, mate.
Well, he's used to driving the Audi, so, you know, he's...
Oh.
Mind you, though, he should be able to launch this at roughly the same reaction time that he does with the Audi.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Well, he's been racing here for a fair while, so he's pretty good on the lights. Just bogged it down again, 1.22 reaction time against the Merc, which was a .665, 2.81 though in 60 for the Merc.
Looks like the wagon's got a little bit in the back end of the track, but Mark gets there again, a 17.69 at 80 miles per hour to a 17.30 at 79 for the R31 wagon. Blistering speeds again, but I can guarantee you that Mark and Dimitri are having the time of their life in there, laughing at themselves on the way down the track.
I'm sure Dimitri is hell-bent on beating him, though.
Well, I mean, yeah, you always want to beat your boss, right?
Of course.
Okay, so we've got the little Audi RS3 back out here again in the Aeroflow lane. Love the sound of these 5-cylinders. Such a unique note from the exhaust pipe.
Hey, just having a look at YouTube, Pat. Erratic Performance up in the stands. Good evening, guys, from Erratic Performance. How are you? Welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real.
What car have they brought?
Did you bring a car tonight, Erratic Performance? Let us know via the YouTube.
12.54 at 116 miles per hour for the Audi and a 16.98 at 87 for the AU.
The AU does amazing things. We've got a track walker just going along the Gulf Western Oil finishing line to the other side of the track. Just where I got this hold up, guys. Atlantic Oils, located at number 40 Liverpool Street, Ingleburn, New South Wales, produce the entire range of their lubricating oils for automotive, transport, agricultural and industrial applications, as well as diesel and petrol coolants, brake fluids, degreasers and hand cleaners. So if you want to get involved with Atlantic Oils, or you've got a workshop and you're looking for those products, give them a call on 02 9829 755. That's Atlantic Oils, one of our proud sponsors here at Sydney Dragway. Now, a track walker is walking down the side of the Aeroflow lane. Not quite sure what's down the end there.
I think we might have some wildlife down there again, Stu. So unfortunately, we just have to pause proceedings for the time being. But might, given that opportunity, we'll duck off to a few ads from our track sponsors, and we'll be right back with more Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles. Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Shord Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car, and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and alloy car driver.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that.
Well, welcome back to Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. And I'll tell you what, everybody's trying to have a crack at the lights tonight. If you've just joined us, the jackpot tonight is $2,100. So everybody that's racing tonight, or if you're on your way here to the track, guys, make sure you have a good hard crack at the tree, because you never know. You could be a first timer, or you could be a seasoned veteran, and you may be able to take away that $2,100. And we've got a great mix of cars. You can see Eden out the back, who's just turned up in the Area 51 Custom Performance Ute. You can see Sammy Joe looking nice and relaxed down there. Yeah, Sammy, I saw you leaning against your car. Don't scratch it, okay? Because, you know, it's a great looking car in that green. I'd hate for it to get damaged. So I don't even lean on my own car. Well, guys, we're just doing a quick look in the Aeroflow lane. Just while that's happening, guys, must thank another one of our great sponsors that we have here at Sydney Dragway, and that's Enviro Waste Services, which is a waste management service based at Yennora in New South Wales that specialises in liquid waste removal, oily water disposal, grease trap waste, septic tank cleaning and package waste, product destruction, hazardous liquid waste. And with a fleet of trucks on standby, you can give them a call on 1300 141 315 or email them at info@envirowaste.com.au. As we look down on track, we've got little Toyota Hilux about to take on the Honda. Geez, Pat, I've got to say, your dinner smells amazing.
Yeah, no smell-o-vision for those watching at home, unfortunately. But geez, I tell you what, that little Hilux was not shy of a burnout. No, held on to that for quite a long time. It looks like the Honda is going to keep its nose in front, 16.36 at 84 to a 17.16 at 79 miles per hour. All right, so just another reminder for you guys. I know it's been a little bit warmer today, but if you are in the staging lanes, make sure your AC, your air conditioning is turned off. Not the fan, but the actual AC compressor. So just hit that little AC button, because as it is a little bit warmer, you'll get more condensation, and it does drop water on the line. So it's not the end of the world, but it does make it a little bit tricky for everyone to get a decent lap if they're constantly dripping water all over the place. So just flick that off. All right, so we got the R33 Skyline back out in the Aeroflow lane. Back up against the little Toyota Corolla. I think it might be a Sportivo, possibly. The Skyline is extremely far to the right in the Aeroflow lane after its burnout down there, but
yeah, not really where you want to be.
Right out of the groove, but make it work. Gets away a little bit cleaner this time compared to the last pass, so it's going to stretch its nose out a little bit ahead of the Corolla. As they get on down the track there, Skyline will cross first for a 15.88 at 91 miles per hour to a 16.08 at 87 for the Corolla.
That's a good run for the Corolla, 2.56 in the 60 and 16.08 with a 1. That's a great pass as the Ford comes out against the Toyota.
It's a battle of the daily drivers down here.
See Brett Stutchbury down there. G'day, Brett. How are you, brother?
Good to see Brett. He's the boss man of Dialed In Racing, of course. He's got a very, very impressive VY SV8 turbo combo. It's gone deep into the 9s at 150 miles per hour, so really, really impressive. He's in the middle of getting that prepped up for the next stage in its racing career. So a few more safety requirements for that spec.
Now, on the subject of racing, guys, if you haven't been on Facebook, and more importantly, if you don't have Aeroflow Performance as a business that you follow, I suggest you do, because they've got some really good stuff that's just come out, and it's on the Ford side this time as well.
Yeah, yep, that's exactly right. There's a fella out there that just seems to think he knows his stuff, spruiking all of that Aeroflow Performance goodness. Yeah, we've... the voice sounds familiar. So yeah, recently into stock is the FG XR6 Turbo intake manifold, which we've just launched a video on that, and it is going gangbusters. It's something like 30,000 views in a day and a bit and whatnot, which just proves the popularity of the Barra engine, which I mean a lot of people know. They're hugely popular, and not only in Falcons but also in swaps, right? So different chassis, people snatching up Barras left, right, and centre, and they're just really easy to get decent power out of. Whether it's a stock bottom end thing or whatnot. But yeah, that FG intake manifold is it's the sort of the preferred option when it comes to the stock stuff. And a lot of the naturally aspirated models were equipped with a plastic manifold, which doesn't really like seeing any boost. So yeah, it's been a really popular thing for us, and you can get them now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Yeah, so make sure you get onto their website and make sure you like the page as well, because it'll keep you up to date with what products are being added to their inventory. Or if you're down in the pits, guys, make sure you grab yourself a copy of the Aeroflow Performance parts catalogue. I know the Bushman's got his own private copy up here.
You've got to stash them, mate. You've got to stash them because people always pinch them.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of them over at Rocket Industries across the road there on Huntingwood Drive. So if you don't have one, swing on through. We'll be happy to oblige.
Yeah, so make sure you support the companies that support City Dragway and drag racing in general, as we've got the Commodore down here in the Aeroflow lane, about to take on the Commodore Ute.
Oh no, I wouldn't want to skip the opportunity as well, Stewie, to say hello to my little girl that's watching at home, because every time Mrs. Pat sends me a message to say that Georgie says hi and I forget, I get in trouble the next day. So, hello, Georgie.
Hello, Georgie. I hope you're enjoying all the action from tonight's Aeroflow Race for Real. And believe me, it's good to be up here in the studio commentating with your dad. Now, Steve Nico just wrote, an FG manifold make good power, but I went forward-facing plenum.
Yeah, it's definitely some different aspects, you know, to look at it. Like, and we've had a couple of comments like that recently on the videos and people that we talk to. The FG manifold is a great option compared to the BA, or if you've got none. That's the important thing, right? But out of the stock stuff, the FG is the one that you want versus BA/BF. But yeah, if you're looking at stepping it right up, or even if you just want a different look in the engine bay, you know, those forward-facing plenums are obviously the one that people are going to go to. But yeah, generally a little bit more involved with getting those set up, and sometimes some more cost. So yeah, it all depends on like everything, right? Everyone builds their car for a particular use or their particular style, their budget as well. These are all things that have got to be considered when it comes to people building cars, and not everyone has the same set of rules.
Yes.
So yeah, definitely heaps of different options out there. You know, that's what, just like the staging lanes here at Sydney Dragway, we've got one of everything out there. We've got JDM cars, we've got Korean cars, we've got Aussie muscle, we've got American muscle, we've got one of everything. So, you know, you've got to accommodate for that whole that whole range.
I'll tell you what, the Commodore out there, can hear it trying to make some noise and running on through with the 15. A 10.44 though for the Rocket Lane, as is beautiful. Now I'm going to go on a limb. Oh no, sorry, it's not the car I was thinking of. This is the Ford. From memory, it's got 302 in it. But these guys are out here just about every week. They're great supporters of Aeroflow Race for Real. And a nice bunch of guys as well, just quietly. If you're here at the track, guys, you can go down to the pits. You can go down to the staging lanes and have a chat with the drivers or the riders if you're into bikes. Go down and have a chat with them. They're very approachable people.
Yep, car people are usually the best kind of people, so good to see. I think the wheels might have come off the ground there for the Falcon in the Rocket Lane, a 141 60 foot, so really getting after it on that pass and just rolling out of it towards the big end of the track. I think they're working on the short track tonight, which is good to see. And a 13:36 at 102 for the driver in the Aeroflow lane. All right, so next up we've got the VZ Ute down there, and looks like another BMW. It's been a bit of a BMW invasion recently at Sydney Dragway, Stu. There's quite a lot of them. I think that's a G80 M3 down there. It's hard to see from here, but I think we've got two here tonight, possibly. There's a silver one, I think, earlier.
Yeah, it's great.
I'm not sure if it was a G or an F series, but yeah.
It's great to see, Pat, the later model BMWs coming out here to the track and really getting it off the streets and doing it safely. Now that Ute launched, then it just bogged itself down. It only went 3.42 in the 60.
Yeah, you won't be happy with that one, especially watching that BMW wander off into the distance at 10:33 with an 8 at 134 miles per hour. Very, very impressive.
All right, the VF Commodore coming out now in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, the BMWs are impressive, but they don't sound like that.
No.
They don't sound like a spicy V8, mate, which is probably the only downside.
Speaking about V8s, how's your car coming along?
Oh, I really should do something with my car because people keep asking me, I've got nothing new to tell them.
I know, it's a long I understand it's a long process.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things where we're sort of making it fit back into the, to life, to responsibilities and all that sort of thing. But yeah, it's coming along. So chassis is all ready, cage is all done, 4-link is in. So big shout out to Chris Spicer from CS Engineering for that one. The gearbox has been freshened up, so Joe at Pennis Transmission Centre helped me out with that one. changed the converter. We've got a few new bits and pieces coming along. You know, changing the Haltech setup. So there's a lot of things happening. There's a lot of moving parts. And the last thing that we're sort of just waiting on will be the engine to get screwed back together and get that back in the car, and then we can do a full rewire and whatnot. So it will be dedicated track car now. Gone away from the street car. Just once the 4-link went in and the roll cage and everything, it's a bit hard to maintain that on the street, you know, and you just sort of beat everything up, you know. So yeah, really looking forward to it. But as much as I really want to, I don't think it's going to come back out this year. It'll probably be let's reset for 2026 and try and have a good swing at some sort of competition. That'd be great. So as much as I do enjoy you know, being up here and commentating and seeing everyone else succeed on the track, I'm really starting to get the itch to do it myself. So yeah, can't wait to be back in the staging lanes.
We can't wait to see you out there either, Pat. Actually, it was really good to see that Brendan Costello was actually out here on the weekend in the EK. Yeah,
Spud was having a good crack. I think he got through round 1, from memory, which is not bad considering he hasn't been in the driver's seat for quite a while.
Yes.
The bloke's always out thrashing and, you know, being the best hype man that you could ask for in the Aeroflow funny car team. But yeah, it's great to see him back out here. It's great to see that all of the guys, really. You know, Jamie Robertson, he's been out here kicking some goals in his altered, and yeah, Wombi, Steve Brown, he was out obviously recently at Bangers and Mash, and yeah, run his 6-second pass in that little nitro, the light horse T-bucket. So that was great. You know, lifelong dream achieved, pulling up next to Psycho at the line and run the 6-second pass. So not bad. And he was so close to that 200 mile per hour mark. I reckon we might get him back out again to make sure that happens. So
I reckon he's got it too.
Oh yeah, it was dropping cylinders at the big end of the track around 1,000 foot, and you know, so obviously lose a bit of horsepower there, but yeah, it was awesome. So yeah, those guys work so hard that it's really cool to see them racing again. So Zach Palm obviously just won the track champs on the weekend. The round he was driving Danielle's car.
Yes.
The dragster, which was awesome. You know, it's great to see. Gareth Rogers, hopefully they can get back out in their car soon as well. Gareth and Brooke got their little baby now, so they've obviously had their hands full doing that. But yeah, it'll be great to see them back out and everyone else in the team having fun, because we sure know that they work for it. I mean, it's, you know, it's a pretty cool job to have, to have to work so hard. But yeah, the amount of hours that those guys put in is yeah, quite impressive. So great to see them racing.
Well, we got the little Centura back out. The race before, we just had that beautiful looking, I was going to say VK, but from up here in the studio, it's a bit hard to tell with being a darker colour. But he was taking on Eden, who jumped the lights, had a good red hot go at the lights. But this Centura, tell you what, if you saw this car last week, you can't say you weren't impressed by it, because I certainly was, as were the boys in commentary last week. Now, he's just launched at it with a 1.82 in the 60, and just straight away got off it.
Yeah, it seemed like the rear end sort of hopped a little bit on that launch too, so might have just aborted that pass. And you know, there's no need to wear the thing out when you know you're not going to run a representative time, right? So hopefully all is good. The centre will come back around to impress us all.
Big Alex, how are you, buddy? When will I bring my car out to race? Hopefully soonish. I've got to get it serviced, so I've got to save a little bit of money to get that done. But yeah, hopefully won't be too much longer, Alex, and I'll bring the pocket rocket back out for another run down the quarter mile.
You made some good progress the last time you were out here having a crack.
Yeah,
Stu? You're getting your head around the launch and all that sort of thing.
I've just got to work on the lights.
Yeah, that's a good option, Bushy. $2,100 on the board. You can get that reaction time dialed in, Stu. Good to go.
Well, that's that.
Well, Bushy, that's self-inflicted. You need the money because you keep buying cars, mate. All right.
Yeah. Actually, I was almost actually before we started the telecast, I was almost going to show Steve a car that was up for sale. And I was going to go, Steve, if you sold a whole heap of cars, you might be able to afford this one.
That's where
it's a hot rod too.
That's where your plan failed, Stu. Selling cars is not a good point. It's not one of Bushy's strong points. He's pretty good at buying them, though.
Well, it's a very, very beautiful tea bucket.
He who dies with the most stuff wins.
Yes.
It's kind of a man motto. It's not just Steve. We shouldn't be picking on him. We all want more. How much is enough? Just one more. That's what I reckon.
Well, this one's got big fat tyres on it and wheelie bars. And it's based here in Sydney as well.
Steve's got plenty, mate. Yeah, I think you need a hot rod.
Yeah,
Stewie?
I probably do need a hot rod. Actually, the problem is I don't have a garage to store it.
Look, not with that attitude. You're not gonna make this happen, mate. It's time to find a garage and stuff a hot rod in it.
To be honest, if I was going to buy a race car, or more specifically a drag car, I'd probably buy it modified altered. That would be my style of vehicle. I'll tell you what, 1089, and that bike that just went down the Aeroflow lane.
That was having a real good look at the centre line.
But did you see where he staged? He was hugging the right-hand side, not even in the groove.
Long way off. Some people have their own sort of concepts of how they want to use the track surface. Sometimes when it's really sticky, it doesn't work for some people. So they're looking for a little bit less, or they're finding a clean patch of the surface. So everyone's got their own concepts, and they'll play around with it and work it. The rider in the rocket lane doing a massive half-track wheelie there. By the way, on his way to a 12:04 at 129 to a 16:64 at 76.
Steve Nico says I need a Tesla.
Needs a Tesla? Ooh. I'm not sure how to take that.
Yeah.
It might be serious. Teslas are good. It might be not. We'll see.
Hey, Steve, I'll be straight up with you. I'm not bagging Teslas. It's just me personally. I would not own one. Okay. Having said that, though, I did watch your video today on Facebook this morning, and they had an electric dragster. It managed to run a 7. So, I mean, that's no mean feat. As the bike in the rocket lane, 0.052 reaction time, 1.64 in the 60, a little flash of flame out of the exhaust pipe. Likes to ride this bike, I've noticed, Pat, and a lot differently to a lot of other riders. A lot of riders tend to keep their foot out, and they'll get past 60 foot to 330 and tuck their leg up. This gentleman likes to ride the bike with his right leg hanging all the way out, all the way down.
Yeah, sometimes it can just be a comfort thing. It can be sometimes it can be just being new to the application, because you really want to get those legs up and tucked in, right? Because you're just hanging it down there, catching air the whole way. But sometimes it can just be a comfort thing, helping with a bit of balance. It can be just the way that you do things, which is fine. But great to see Brett Cobbie back out here on the Suzuki GT750. It was a great sounding bit of kit down there, and a wild looking bike as well. So definitely not a modern representation of a superbike, but a very, very impressive classic superbike.
And a good thing is with that bike too, it's designated as a C modified bike. And, I've been saying for a very long time that Brett, for me, is one of the best riders I've seen, particularly here in Sydney. No matter what you put him on, he wring its neck and he's consistent. Another man who's very good when it comes to racing motorcycles is down on track now. That's Wally Hoster on his bike, sponsored by BC Performance, which is a motorcycle workshop at North Parramatta. Those guys do a lot of track riding, not necessarily drag racing, but a lot of track riding.
And specialise in Kawasaki too.
Yes, they do. Yeah. And look at that, a 9:33 at 160 miles per hour there for Wally Hoster.
Another great lick for Wally in the rocket lane. All right, so we're back around with Corey Stutchbury in the VX up against the super consistent X5. I know I keep talking about it, but these things weigh about 2.3, 2.4 tons, I think, from memory. They got giant wheels and tyres on them. They're all-wheel drive. It's diesel. It's not necessarily a performance car, but if you wind the clock back to be a, say, VY Commodores, SS Commodores back in the day, they didn't run 13s.
Nah, not at all.
So, it's pretty spicy. But great improvement on reaction time for Corey down there. He keeps it in the green, an 0.15 reaction time. Runs on through for a 10.68 at 125. And the X5, another 13.1 with a 1 and a 1 this time. So very, very consistent and just creeping up on it as well.
Well, I did say that I'm in a very nice mood tonight. And Steve just looked at me from production and just gave me a serious look with a grin. So, but to be fair, that style of car, Steve, you're used to seeing in St. Ives in a shopping centre with people that can't drive. BMW SUVs, so yeah.
The Touareg tractor, you think maybe they've been known as before.
Mate, if they drive a Mercedes or a BMW and they're in St. Ives, don't go anywhere near them.
Okay. All right, so Sydney Dragway's just lost anyone that was considering coming down to Aeroflow Race for real from size. No, I think everyone's picking up what you're putting down there, Stewie. So yeah. 10.46 with a 9, 133 for the GTR in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, there's a reason
pretty consistent.
There's a reason I don't drive one, Pat. We've got the Holden Gemini down here. You know what? One of our gentlemen that's working here tonight, Niall, who's working up in the meeting director box, he actually races one of these as a super sedan, and he goes really well in this Gemini, and I think he's pretty impressed with the way this thing goes. 11.43 to 116, the little Isuzu motor. Of course, we've got another car that comes out here with a similar motor, but it's got a turbo on the side of it. But 18.39 there for the Rocket Lane for the little Hyundai Getz. Now, look, yes, it's not quick, but when you look at it, 18.39, if you can consistently be in that, hey, you can race Street Fighter, and it's up to the other person to cut that good reaction time. And like us commentators always say, you don't have to have the fastest car, but if you know how your car behaves, you can get it off the line, potentially do a 005 reaction time. You could still beat the person next to you.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's what Street Fighter is all about. It's basically your everyday car, and it's a really cheap, affordable, entry-level way to go, track racing. You can basically just bring anything that runs. Remind me, Stu, do you remember the time cutoff? I think it's north of 14 to 22 seconds or something along those lines. I should probably know, but I'll have to confirm. So it's not about outright power. It's not about outright speed. It's not about how many cylinders it's got, what gearbox is in it. It doesn't matter. But if you get your head around how to make that combination consistent, then you can come out here and you can have your eyes on the prize and walk home with a trophy at the end of a Saturday night. So, and potentially an even better one at the end of the season, which is really cool.
And you get raced against Danny Stoudemire, who's like the GOAT. Of Street Fighter. So
in the mighty AU Falcon.
Exactly right.
The mighty manual AU Falcon, by the way. So, Danny's a bit of a weapon down there with that 5-speed AU. But it's all good fun, so you might as well give it a go. If you're out here on a Aeroflow Race for real and you really enjoy yourself and you think, I want to do this more often, have a look into the New South Wales Track Championships. It's it's run once a month through the vast majority of the year. Next meeting's coming up on the
20-something of October, I believe.
24th of the October. We'll confirm that for you. But it's a great thing. You can get a taste for competition drag racing, and you get a real wide array of racing vehicles as well. From modifieds, dragsters, boosted outlaws. There's just one of everything to sort of tickle your fancy. So you can come out here as a Street Fighter and then go, I'm definitely building a super sedan or whatever it might be, and go from there. So yeah, definitely a good option for everyone.
And believe me, make sure you've got enough money. You can go down to Rocket and go, I want this, 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 and this. So Rocket Industries, who are down at Huntingwood Drive, and their new premises looks amazing, I've got to say. Now, just quickly also on the live stream, we've got Anthony Fenton, who normally drives a white VX Commodore called Too Quick. Anthony, why aren't you racing tonight? We haven't seen you race for a few weeks now. So hopefully we'll see you back soon as well.
All right, can see that that really nice Cosmo back up at the line. Stu, let's see if we can get it off the line a little bit cleaner this time and have a bit more of a representative time. And I believe this is the only production car or road car that ever came with a 20B, a triple rotor from the factory, I think. I'm sure someone will correct me there, but and it's not, you know, like everyone sees 20Bs in drag cars and they've got big turbos strapped to the side of it and whatnot, but this thing is sort of the opposite to that. It's like it's a big, long, luxury coupe that was, you know, was designed as a, you know, a beautiful touring car and whatnot by Mazda. It was never, I don't believe it was ever sold here locally.
No.
I think they were all imports. But yeah, really interesting car. Something that, you know, people from, I guess, my generation of being around that early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, sort of growing up, getting into cars and, you know, getting a license around then, were familiar with, like, oh, that's a Cosmo, you know, it's got a 20B and it's triple rotor. So it's just something fairly rare, but cool to see out here being enjoyed at the track.
Yeah, we love our rotors here. I know there's a couple of people that come out here as fans for Aeroflow Race for real, and they absolutely love their rotors. I know that Ben, who's usually floating around the staging lanes or he's up in the crowd, he loves his rotaries. G'day, Ben, if you're here tonight. All right, the battle of PSC Racing. Mark versus Dimitri. Dimitri has turned the party lights off.
I noticed that Dimitri's skipped the burnout on this one. So saving the horses in the mighty R31. RB30 on board. Ooh, much closer on the reaction time there. He's got a chance here. He might get away with a win. It looks like the R31 might be starting to get ahead a little bit down there, but the mighty Benz is fighting back. The boss won't let him off the hook that easy. I wonder if Mark was sandbagging earlier on tonight. Dimitri gets there. He gets one over the boss. A 17.184 at 80 miles per hour to a 17.52 at 81. Dimitri, I reckon if you go home now, you can leave as the last winner and you don't have to lose your title. So that's a good deal. But once again, great to see those guys out here having a bit of fun.
Well, I was just watching the incrementals and I'm like, oh, this could
close.
be very close. Hey, Anthony Fenton from Too Quick just said the car is getting some surprises and I'm redoing my bonnet. So that's a good sign. The Too Quick Commodore. Hopefully we'll see that car back out soon to Anthony. Of course, the work done on that.
Yeah, I think Joe from High Comp has helped out with that combination,
right.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
R34 Skyline, I think, in the Rocket Lane. Looks like it's had a bit of an issue on its way down the track there, so doesn't seem like it's dropped too much on the track, which would be great, but we've got the best track crew in the country down there checking it out.
Yeah, great bunch of guys down there. Just quickly, while this car is going through the Junior Dragway Expressway, the Every Trade Group is the leading specialist in the design and construction of educational healthcare, civil and commercial projects. One of their major projects was right here at Sydney Dragway with the major upgrade of our track facilities and the upgrade of our racing surface. So for your next commercial project, contact their Sydney office based at Wetherill Park on 1300 180 088. And the Every Trade Group, we do thank them for the effort they put in for our track and our facilities here at Sydney Dragway.
And Stu, when you were talking about, you know, supporting those that support you, well, Rocket did exactly that, because the Every Trade guys, one of their other major jobs recently has been converting and prepping the new Rocket building just across the road there. So it was great to see those guys coming down and giving us a hand. And obviously we like to, we like to get involved with people that are involved in the things that we love as well. So that was a great bit of action. More action here at Sydney Dragway, Aeroflow Race for real. On the track there, a lot of wheel spin from a big clutch dump from the little DC2 Integra. It's allowed the FG Falcon to get away cleanly in the Rocket Lane. Looks like we're going to have a 1496 at 94 miles per hour up against an 1851 at 84. All right, so we have another regular down there in the Rocket Lane from the Track Championships. I think that's Christopher Varillas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is Christopher Varillas.
No, it's one of the Varillas. I really apologise if I'm getting the first name wrong, guys. Yeah, always a fierce competitor in Street Fighter down there in that FG XR6. So this is a great example of what can be raced in Street Fighter. You've got a Toyota Camry up against a naturally aspirated Falcon. So, but if you cut the light, Chris, maybe a little bit rusty down there. He's cut a red 340 red. So we'll be unhappy with that. But nonetheless, if you can cut a light and be consistent, yeah, you're in it with a shot.
Yeah, it's good to see that C&V Performance, Con and Vic, they're helping out with that car, 16.15 at 90 miles per hour. Let's say a quick hello to Twisted Media, who are up in the grandstand. They're getting ready for No Mercy on Saturday, which is going to be a big burnout event. So if you love your burnouts, guys, make sure you're out here for No Mercy. It's going to go off. It's going to be tough. Now, we do have burnouts tonight, guys. Just want to make that clear. We do have burnouts tonight, and we are scheduled to have one pro car that will be hitting the pad.
Yep, certainly a few guys down there, a few guys and girls down there getting ready for the weekend. No Mercy is going to be pretty big. I believe there's a junior skid category as well.
That's cool.
With No Mercy. So, yeah, it's something they've introduced, a great initiative to get younger kids doing skids in a safer environment, one that we've got fire marshals on, involved. There's no one around, like we've all seen those wild videos from, say, the US or something. You've got those street takeovers, people doing donuts and cutting burnouts, and there's people everywhere all around the cars getting cleaned up. That's not something that you really want to see. So you can get on down here to Sydney Dragway at an event such as No Mercy, or thank God it's Friday. We've got the big Halloween special event later on this month, and you can have a great old time. But a really good initiative from the No Mercy crew to get that junior competitor category happening.
Yeah, and it's a great initiative too, because as you said, Pat, there's a lot of peer pressure that can go in, and then stupid things happen on the road, and unfortunately you can either kill someone or hurt yourself very badly. So hey, to all the young guys that want to do burnouts, get yourselves out here to Sydney Dragway, do it the right way, as we've got a beautiful looking Tirana in the Rocket Lane, 10.56 to half track, and cruising on through 1644 to a 1630 for the car down there in the Aeroflow Lane, as we got the R33 back out, taking on the Mitsubishi Lancer.
Yeah, and the other thing to keep in mind coming up this week here at Sydney Dragway, just on Friday night, we've got COTS, King of the Streets. It's coming back up, roll racing on a prepped surface. So really very exciting event. So where all the big names in roll racing get to unleash their power, and you really get a good idea of the true speed of those cars. So that's going to be great. It's a real sort of festival kind of atmosphere at COTS, and the guys do a great job of getting it on. Yes, you can do a burnout before you make a pass if you're in a rear-wheel drive car. We've got the play pit down there, which is just at the bottom of the tower, so you're able to heat the tyres up and then roll through for the next pass at roll racing, which is just another great initiative that we've been able to put together here at Sydney Dragway.
Well, tell you what, that R33 then, Pat.
A lot of wheel spin.
Yeah, and really moving around too, just past 60 foot.
Yep. So something I suppose we should just touch on, not because of that car necessarily, but it's a good reminder. If you do come out here to Sydney Dragway for the first time, and you do have a lot of wheel spin, as we just watched this beautiful RX-7 get away pretty cleanly, trying to defend internal combustion's honour against the Tesla down there. So, and it's going to be a close one at the big end of the track. We got there in the end. So 11.72 at 125 to 11.93 at 112. getting back to the point is, if you're here at Sydney Dragway for the first time, or maybe it's you've been here before but you've got a lot more horsepower, you come off the line, you get a lot of wheel spin. Don't try and drive through it. That's the biggest advice that I can give you. Don't try and drive through wheel spin, particularly if you're getting into second or third gear. That's a lot of wheel speed, and the back end of the car is not going to fall into line the way that you think it is. So you've got an odd surface that you'd be used to driving on, and we see it all the time. People try and stick into the throttle, they try and steer the car, but the way that the thing's going to move around, it's going to come out of the groove, it's going to find a fresh patch of rubber or something else that's going to chuck the car the other way. And also, you don't often know how much wheel speed you've got when you start to get into high gears. You drive all the way through it, and it's still spinning the tyres. Your rear wheels might be spinning at 150 plus kilometres an hour, while the front wheels are only moving 30 kilometres an hour. And it just doesn't end up as a good deal. You're not going to get a PB. No one's going to be impressed because there's a proper burnout car is going to be burnouts, and you've got no smoke anyway. So if you do come off the line and you've got a heap of wheel spin, just back off. You can bring the car around, you can line up again, you can get another pass. Cars are moving through really nicely. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Keep the wheel speed to a minimum. You'll get a better ET. You'll get a better mile per hour, and you'll keep the car straight and off the walls. That's the thing that we all want.
That's the most important thing. We want people to come back each week. Hey, it's good to see the Rotary beat the Tesla. Having said that, though, 11 seconds out of the Tesla, that's pretty damn good.
They're no slouch. They're absolutely no slouch. There was another one that just ran there, but I didn't see the time. I was too busy talking about people not crashing their cars. All right, another BMW down there. Whoa, a big wiggle off the line, fighting for traction in the rocket lane down there, up against the VY Commodore, by the looks of things. Really nice pass, a 13.0 at 101. I'd say the BMW was off the gas early with that mile per hour.
I got the Ute about to take on the sports wagon. Steve, the Tesla got beaten by one of my favourite cars, the RX-7. So, X-Wild GT's asking, what time can you run before you need a cage? Well, X-Wild GT, if you're, depending on your car and the age of the car, so if it's a car that's got four-wheel disc brakes and it's got airbags in it, you can go as quick as 10 seconds flat before you've got to cage it. And then if you've got an older car which has got disc brakes but it's got, say, drum rear brakes on it, you can only go as quick as 10.5 seconds. But obviously once you get down to that stage and you've got to cage it and you are going quick enough, then you really should look at going to IHRA and getting yourself a real street license. And there's two forms of the real street license. You can get an A real street license, or you can get a B real street license. So if that, hopefully that gives you a bit of an idea for what you need to do with your car.
Yeah, and it's important to point out to you that the real street options are for later model cars, so post 2002. There's a couple of exceptions where they sneak in just under 2002, 2001, because you've got similar vehicles that are basically the same configuration. But from 2002 to 2008 is where you can apply for a real street B license, and you can run down to 950 ET and 150 miles per hour. Then you've got from 08 upwards, or 08 on, you've got real street A. So basically the way that the categories are separated is the factory safety equipment. Factory safety equipment, factory brakes, things like that. You know, modern cars have better equipment than older ones. That's just the way it is. So IHRA have allowed us to start running those cars down to a smaller number. Real Street A, which is 2008 onwards, is down to 9.0. Now, you can actually run a higher mile per hour, but once you get to 150, you still need to put a parachute on the car. So you don't need a cage, but you do need a chute from the 150 mile per hour mark, and you can go up to, I believe it's 170.
Wow.
Now, that is a really fast road car, Bushy. Yeah, that's exactly right. But these rules were born out of the popularity of R35 GTRs. Barra Falcons that have minimal mods that can run 10s, turbocharged Commodores, twin turbo Lambos that, you can make an incredible amount of power. You can have a really stable product, but you may not necessarily want to cut the thing up and put a roll cage in it because it's still your beautiful, late model, really expensive car. So hopefully that answers a couple of questions there. But let's say if you've got that person that was asking X-Wild GT, let's just say XW. He's got, if it's still drum brakes on the rear and discs on the front, or really it doesn't matter on the brake combination, but that level of vehicle will go to a 1050 before it needs a cage. So, but that's still quite a quick car.
Absolutely.
So, a couple more quick cars down here at the line. We've got another R35 GTR, by the looks of things, just bumping into full stage up against a VE Commodore. The VE gets a reaction time as the R35 comes up on the launch control. We'll start chipping away through that sequential box, or the flappy paddle gearbox. And he's out of it early, just trying to protect that ET cutoff. So we know your tricks, Gypsy. But great to see more cars. Good to see the Volvo back around again.
Yeah, glad to see that it wasn't anything major and be able to get that back out for a run. Taking on this very nice sounding Commodore down here as well. It's good to see some first timers here tonight as well. Welcome guys here to Sydney Dragway.
That's a great point, Stu. Actually, the grey VE that's coming up in the next pairing in the Aeroflow lane, it's actually got two first timers sharing the driving duties down here, which is great. So you can have two drivers in the same car. You can give it a go, and if you want, you can even have a passenger in the vehicle as well. So there is a cut-off, an ET cut-off for that. I believe it's 1150 for a passenger. Wow, very aggressive Jeep Cherokee down there in the rocket lane with quite a wild practice launch or burnout.
Yeah, if you own a Jeep and you think I don't want to take my car to an actual Jeep dealer, what you can do, guys, is take your car to GDL Automotive up at Hornsby, and they are registered Jeep mechanic. Their workshop's just full of them. I'll tell you what, look at that. 1.92 in the 60 from the Jeep. I think it had all four tyres off the ground at one point. The thing jumped up, and it was, if it wasn't off the ground, it was axle trapping for sure. Yeah, 1137, 123 miles per hour for the Jeep. That's a very spicy unit down there. And the VE in the Aeroflow lane, 1562, after a lot of wheel spin. Yeah, it was a little bit ugly off the line there for the Commodore. As we've got another Commodore out in the Aeroflow lane, about to take on the VF. Yeah, that VF is pretty sporty. Yeah, we've been fairly lucky here, actually, at Aeroflow Race for Real in the last, I would say, 6 months, that we've had some very quick VF Commodores making their way out onto the drag strip. Yep. Yeah, quite a few out here. Notably the green GTSR of Halil Mustafa has been out here quite a bit. House of LS, I think, behind the combination there. So Halil's been here so many times in that car, and yeah, it's a real credit to him. Nice 031 reaction time from the VF Commodore driver down there in the rocket lane. He's definitely going to lead the way home to an 1189 with a 920 miles per hour. Oh man, look at this. Super Commodore. Cool. Yeah, super cool. Group A VL style Commodore down there. That is beautiful. Up against the, I think that's an FGGS, which you don't see many of anymore. It was an FPV. It was the GT and the GS. So GS had the 315 supercharged Coyote motor versus the 335. But effectively the same hardware. So yeah, great combination. Well, a little bit of a wiggle from the Commodore, but he's keeping up with the Falcon at half track, 7.62 to a 7.88 for the Falcon. It's going to be close on the line, and he gets the win at 11.94 at 114 to a 12.16 at 115 as Sammy Joe comes out now in the green machine. As I mentioned earlier, Shorty's Performance that do all the engine work on this car. And Sammy has had I wouldn't say it's been a clean run with this car. They had a few issues with launching it.
Yeah, teething issues, new car things. We've put the mockers on her as well. She's on a red 020 on the line down there. But nonetheless, it seems like they're getting things figured out on that car. 1075 at 124, so back into that 1070 range that's been running. The car has been quicker than that, but I think just focusing on setup, dialing it in, working on the dial in for the track champs. So really good. Brian down there, good to see you, mate.
I'll tell you what, this is the car that impressed me last week. The Shop Ute from Race Solutions.
Yep, that turbo barrow combination.
Yeah, great car, down to the nines. Running a set of radials on the rear end of this car. So the track, I'm expecting to go a little bit quicker tonight. Those guys really got it dialed in. And look at that, 9.48 with the 5 at 1.49.
Really
great
nice.
pass.
Yep, another 1037 at 134 for the BMW in the Aeroflow lane as well.
I've got a message from Benji. You said, tell Pat to check Messenger.
Check Messenger.
Yeah. Of course, Benny, who is part of the Sydney Dragway family, he just had to go at me because he drives a Merc. Well, he used to, but...
but he doesn't live in St Ives.
Oh, no, he doesn't live in St Ives, so I can let him off the hook.
Benny, yes, a quick Google said the Cosmo is the only 20B production car. Yes, my weird, odd, who needs to know that bit of knowledge has won again from old random JDM cars. So we had the Nissan Serena last week, the SR20 powered van, and we've got the 20B powered Cosmo tonight. So good deal. All right, so the VK back up to the line again down here. You're right, Stu, it is a beautiful looking car, this thing. Really nice paint job, great set of billet wheels on it.
And running nitrous, I've noticed as well on this car. So I'm wondering if it's turboed.
I think it's naturally aspirated, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's see what the mile per hour is. So 143, 984, very nice pass. For that one, so it's making some mumbo. Maybe I think hasn't it got an air filter hanging out the bonnet?
I didn't even
we
see
don't
the
really
front
get
of
to
it.
see the front of the car.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the front of the car.
I think I saw it in the staging lanes back there. It might have an air cleaner out the bonnet, so I dare say just nitrous assisted.
Well, whatever combination they've got in it, it's consistent.
It's working.
And it's working for them.
Yep. Very good. Back around to the bikes, and I don't have a great view of it, but is that a Ducati down there in the rocket lane? I think it may well be, judging by the tail lights. Very cool combination. Yeah, I believe that is a Panigale down there. Beautiful looking thing. Yeah, that's a bit of a giveaway, Bushy. The big Ducati written on the side of it. You can hear it popping through the quick shifter down there. It goes through for a 1051 with a 3 at 145 miles per hour to a 1097 at 144 in the Aeroflow lane. I've seen that bike. I'm not sure what the bike is that ran in the Aeroflow. I'll have a look when it comes back down. But when he jumps on the brakes at the big end of the track, it's got that sort of Euro emergency tail light flash. When he jumps on the brakes hard, it pulses the brake lights, which I don't think I've actually seen on a bike previously, but I think I did see there was an S1000 in the tech line earlier tonight as well, BMW S1000 RR, which is another amazing superbike. So yeah, just so many cool things rolling around. It's great to see. late model, early model, you know, classics, bit of everything out here, but just more importantly, people enjoying their machines, which is what it's all about.
Well, you mentioned the Ducati, and one person that springs to mind is Timmy. We haven't seen him out for a fair while on his red Panigale. So hopefully we'll see him back closer to Christmas, because that is a great bike, and I'll tell you what, he worships that thing.
Yeah.
It's clean as a whistle. Now, unfortunately, that's not a good sign. The Mazda Cosmo being towed up over the burnout pad.
That's not ideal, no. That's a real shame. 0.75 reaction time for the rider in the rocket lane there, across for a 1086 at 128 miles per hour, but a rider in the Aeroflow lane, not quite up to speed there with a 21.34. Yeah, really hope that that Cosmo can get squared away, back out again soon. That'd be great. Okay, so what do we got down there? That's the Panigale as it goes through. Beautiful. And yeah, S1000 double R. Looks like a the later model. Yeah, sounds for race. Yeah, S1000 race. It's tried to take the pirate moniker back from Honda. They used to have the CBR 250RR edition. So
the pirate bike.
The pirate bike, yeah.
Or you could call it an old man's bike, because, you know, it'd be like, "Arr," when you try and get off it.
Yeah, I make some of those noises sometimes when I stand up and sit down. Arr. Okay, next pair coming through. A few more bikes that have made their way down tonight, which is good to see.
Yeah, it's good to see we've got a mix of bikes too. Obviously, you know, we get the usual lot of Suzukis come out. Obviously, Suzuki's are quite a well-known drag bike around the world in all forms. Yeah, Hayabusas, the thousands.
Yep.
But it's great to see them come out, and as the weather warms up. And mind you, it's been warm out here too. It's been 30 degrees out here today, so the track would have a fair bit of heat in it.
Yep. Absolutely, yeah. It's been perfect weather really for the track temp, because it's been not super hot but really clear skies. So there's been a bit of a breeze around as well, so it sort of takes a little bit of the surface temperature off. But yeah, keeps the grip level up the later we get into the night. I just unfortunately tripped the beam bit early there in the rocket lane, but we'll still get a pass in. No time, of course, because it left a bit too early. 13.14 with a 7 at 100 miles per hour for the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, if you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, the reaction, the 000 tonight, jackpot. You might want to sit down, ladies and gentlemen, but it is $2,100. So there's a reason why a lot of our motorcyclists and car drivers are having a red hot go at the tree tonight.
Absolutely.
Just looking on the staging lane cam, Sammy Joe looking very, very relaxed, and Eden behind it with the bonnet up. So
got to get all that heat out of the engine bay, mate. Those turbo LSs are quite a warm combination.
Well, he hasn't had much luck the last couple of weeks, has he? He, you know, broke a shaft.
Yep.
You know, a few weeks ago, or a couple of weeks ago.
Ran home, changed it, came back.
Yeah. So last week, unfortunately, damaged something. So hopefully this week, fingers crossed, the racing gods are going to be nice to him. Now that I've said that, he probably will break something. I'll probably get a message on my phone saying, "You little bugger." But no, it's great to see everybody who's come out tonight to support Aeroflow Race for real. And I did mention that we do have Burnouts on a little bit later. So if you're into the Burnouts, guys, I notice there's a lot of kids. It's school holidays. So, you know, the kids get pretty pumped up when it comes to the Burnouts.
Oh yeah, there'll be plenty of limiter fingers waving down there later on. I guarantee that.
Well, I can see a whole heap of kids down in Kids' Corner, as I affectionately call it, just below where the old bar was. And, you know, they're in a good spot there. Get a bit of tyre smoke up the nose, great view of the cars. That's a perfect place there.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, They got the Centura taking on the little Honda CRV.
Yep, CRV's been chasing that reaction time bonus tonight. Let's see what happens. Gets away 120 to a 160 for Centura. Obviously, any issues have been sorted out with the Centura. Gets away really cleanly. A 131.60 crosses the line for a 921 with an O at 146 miles per hour. Not bad for a small block Ford.
Tell you what, he's done well too. 1.31 in the 60 out of that car. So great effort there from them. And an 18.07 with a 2. I'll tell you what, that Honda, it might even crack a 17 tonight,
yeah,
which is still impressive for that car.
Absolutely. Oh, 17. Maybe they should line up against the PSC boys because they've been running in the mid-17s, right? All right. Whoa, a lot of smoke, a lot of clutch, I think, off the line for the R33 on that pass. The X5 gets away very cleanly. I think, is that an X5? Is it another X5? Oh,
yeah.
It's 2 now. 1391 at 100 miles per hour. I think that's a different X5. Another wild front-wheel drive burnout from the Triple S Pulsar down here. I can see some crew down there in the viewing section. They're pretty happy with that last pass, so I'm not sure if there's some sort of PB happening down there, but nonetheless, good to see.
I'll tell you what, the way he does a burnout in this Nissan, it was pointed straight towards the Platinum Racing product sign.
Yeah, I'm convinced it's going to turn backwards and drive back out the tunnel on one of these passes. So
I just hope it doesn't get away from him one night and he accidentally smacks the wall.
013 red for the big X5 down there. Still a 1331 at 103 miles per hour. Definitely chasing the reaction time.
So if just joined us, guys, particularly the car drivers, and as Pat has already mentioned, guys, please make sure that your air conditioning is off. All right, got the little Volkswagen who's decided, you know what, I'm going to have a crack at doing a burnout as well. And he's taking on the Falcon. Yes.
Oops, sorry, mate.
I was going to say, Anthony, yes, you should have. You should have brought the work unit out to have a crack at the reaction time.
Yeah, why
Absolutely.
not? He's got some mods going on. It's a good way to help pay for those.
Yeah.
1490 with a 7 at 94 miles per hour in the Rocket Lane to a 1488 at 96 for the Golf. I don't think either of them was expecting that to be so close.
No, I think the Golf driver was expecting to win that. Hey, BA Skidder, the burnout should be roughly around 9:30. That's when they're scheduled to begin. As we've got one of the Varillas brothers down here now in the Rocket Lane, with a bit of help from C&V Performance. Absolute legends when it comes to drag cars and drag racing in general. Always willing to help people out, and a great bunch of guys too. Taking on the Falcon, the EL. Well, no, 50 on the tree, that's a little bit better. Although the Falcon has got the better drive off the start line, a little bit slow on the reaction time, but 2.31 in the 60. And the EL, I reckon he's going to get the win here.
Oh, just
so
pipped
close.
at the post.
Another Falcon.
Yep, another BA on this one. Had a bit of an issue, I think, the last run. It seemed to be running down the side of the track, but it's obviously got sorted and back out again, up against the RS3 Audi this time, little hatch. Awesome bit of kit, that one down there, 5-cylinder turbo, all-wheel drive, launch control, almost makes it look too easy. The BA not enjoying life as it gets on down there. It stalls up and comes out of the hole, but yeah, just not really wanting to carry on with the rest of the pass, so not quite sure what's happening on that one.
You got to hand it to those Audis. They are an amazing piece of kit. You know, whether you like them or not, You've got to hand it to them, particularly when it comes to the Euro stuff. I know that Pat and I and Steve, we talk a lot about the BMWs that have been out and some of the Audis that come out, but when you look at the whole range, you've got to hand it to Audi. They've got those things dialed in perfectly straight off the start line, and it just goes to show that they're quick, but they look like a fairly safe car to get off the line. They sometimes look a little bit doughy to come off the line, but then once that four-wheel drive system kicks in, at about 20 to 30 foot out, they just hook and go.
Yeah, very, very stable, and they've got factory launch control, which is sort of there to protect the driveline as well. So yeah, it's a great combination, and that's where a lot of the initial purchase price comes from as well, right? Like they're not a cheap car, but you do get a bit of bang for your buck in that combination. As you see, a 1660 to an 1827 there. The Getz was doing a pretty decent burnout, I've got to say. The Getz down the burnout box. That little EK Civic was doing a pretty stout burnout too, I must say, in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I had my eyes on that. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if they potentially picked up a little bit of fluid that has come out of the Civic. The Skyline just sitting there patiently.
Yeah, another R33 in the Rocket lane. Ready to make a pass. Looks like it has dropped some sort of fluid, maybe, the Civic. That's a bit of a shame.
Hopefully it's nothing major. Hopefully it's just a drip. But I'm sure they'll bring that car back out. But I'm interested to see what this Skyline's going to do. Now, big news that I was watching today, Pat. Those people have been around import drag racing in particular for a number of years now here in Sydney. Exciting news. Alex from Birrong Automotive is not too far from coming back out with a brand spanking new race car. Now, of course, a lot of people would remember the Silver Bullet that he used to drive. Well, I'll tell you what, when he gets this new GTR up and running, it's going to shake a few people up. And the best part is it's another workshop that's building a new GTR, stepping it up in the Pro Street or full-blown race category. And competition's great for our sport, and particularly when it comes to import drag racing. I know we harp on a lot about the V8s, and they're for good reason, because they're a fairly common motor within drag racing here in New South Wales and around the country. But I have to say that our Sport Compact, and particularly when it comes to the Nissan Skylines, Pat, they seem to be centred here in New South Wales, and we're lucky that we've got the workshops that we do that are able to build these machines, and we get to witness them.
Yeah, there's no shortage of tough GTRs in Sydney, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely the home of the fastest in the country, if not the world. So yeah, there's definitely no shortage of friendly competition or rivalry, shall we say, between the two. But yeah, it's good. It's good to hear that Alex has got his shop back up and running. He's just around the corner here now in Smithfield. Had a very unfortunate workshop fire at the previous location, and lost a lot of precious machinery over there as well, which is a shame. That Silver 33 that he had was kind of like a turbo with a Skyline attached to it, rather than the other way around. It had one of the biggest turbos that sat really proud out of the bonnet, and then it was moulded around. So yeah, it was a pretty wild combination. And unfortunately, I don't think we ever really saw the full potential out of that car. So yeah, it would be good to see Alex back out and doing his thing again. So we see him quite regularly at the front counter at Rocket there. So yeah, it's good to see him back up and running, and turned out plenty of cool customer cars.
Yeah.
And recently had the Mac Daddy VL on the hub there. Shane T was out here doing some tuning and getting the Motec thing up and running, and Alex obviously providing a home for that car and that package. So yeah, really, really good to see them happening. So we can see back down on the track, though, we have only one lane running at the moment. That little little Honda unfortunately did leave a bit of something down on the track that the crew's cleaning up, but nonetheless, we'll keep it going.
Yeah, looks like coolant, Pat, that they've got the burner out.
Yep, it's a bit of a shame. The old glycol is not a drag racer's friend.
No, it's not. Hey, just quick shout out as well to Macca. She's up there sitting with her dad, Dave Morton, and she's going to be a future junior dragster racer. So that is really cool. So Macca, I hope you do, because we've got what I classify the brains trust of junior dragsters. He's one of the best commentators in Australia when it comes to junior dragsters, and that's Stephen Bush, who's up here in the commentary box with us. You know, Steve's a former junior dragster racer, and I'll tell you what, can't wait to see you out there, Miss Morton.
Absolutely. We hope you enjoy what you're seeing tonight, and gives you a bit of passion and a bit of drive to get back out here and take the next step into drag racing, because the more the merrier as far as we're concerned. Okay, 1361 at 100 miles per hour for the Lancer. Down there, we've got a little DC2 Integra back up again.
Yeah, the Hondas have been a bit, well, I wouldn't say few and far between, but I mean, the Integras themselves, you know, I wouldn't say they were a regular car we would see here at Aeroflow Race for real. But there are a few quick ones that do occasionally come out. We haven't seen them for a little while. Maybe they're in the workshop getting some work done to them. Obviously, they're not just used for drag racing. They're probably used for other forms of motorsport as well, as this beautiful looking RX-7 that beat the Tesla. Yes, to those people that are watching the live stream, yes, it beat the Tesla. It ran an 11-second pass and 2.22 in the 60 this time. Great looking car as well. I dare say this is either a new build or it's just had a meticulously looked after, but a 1256 with a Ford, a 120 as the Toyota comes out next. And I did mention junior dragsters a little bit earlier. If you come to our New South Wales State Championship Series, the race for first to fifth is very, very close in junior dragster.
That's an understatement, Stu.
Yeah,
very, very close is an understatement. Those kids are on a knife edge.
Oh, they are.
When it comes to the top end of town there.
But the good thing is too, guys, is that category of racing, even though it is one category, and we mentioned it a little bit earlier in relation to Real Street, where you've got an A licence and then you've got the B licence. You know, in junior drags, there's the C class, all the way up now to a double A junior dragsters. So, you know, if you put one of those A class, the second from the top, put them side by side with a standard V8 Commodore, over the 8th mile, it will smash a standard V8 Commodore down the 8th mile.
Yeah, they're certainly not, there's certainly a long, we mention this all the time, but it's a long way from the old Briggs and Stratton lawnmower engine that the junior dragsters are running now, particularly those double A category dragsters. They're all billet, they're all you know, they're all hopped up on methanol and ready to rock and roll. So yeah, but more impressively, I think, is just the way that those kids run around in their start line procedure. You know, their racecraft, their reaction time, working with the dial in, and of course, you know, quite often it's their family and friends that are helping them get to that point. So yeah, if you ever want to see a well-oiled drag racing team, then you don't have to look any further than junior dragsters, because while they might be short on years, they're not short on experience, a lot of those kids. So really, really good to see. Okay, what else is good to see is that we are back up and running with 2 lanes here. The Aeroflow lane has been tidied up from that little coolant spill, and we're back to it. We've got WRX in the rocket lane. Looks like he's just going to run the last solo pass on that lane. Just needs to edge forward a little bit more. Get that second staging beam on. There we are. We should be right for a launch. Bit of two-step action, but a big clutch dump as well for the silver WRX. Wasn't too happy about that, but he's got it up and running now. So a little bit of testing and tuning going on for the launch there, I dare say, for the Rexing.
We've just had a message come through, Pat, on the YouTube chat, and it's from Voris N, which I think is Nicholas Virillis.
Okay.
And he said, shout out to all Street Fighter competitors. Next round is mine.
Shots fired from Nicholas Virillis down there. So good to see him tuning in on the live stream while he's waiting for his next pass. So let's see if he can't come back and tune it up a little bit more for the next round.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the Mazda had a good long look at the lights there. Unfortunately, .053 red, but hey, you got to try. You just don't know.
You got to try for that $2,100 jackpot, mate.
And as Mark and Pat and Steve always say, you know, your time slip isn't just a time slip. There's so much information you can get just by looking at your time slip.
Yep, there's definitely a lot of data that can be acquired. So no pass is generally a throwaway pass. You'll learn something from it when you get to the point of racing. But you know, I mean, I think here at a race for real, it's important to not get too focused on the competition and the little increments and whatnot. If you're just out here to have a bit of fun, so obviously we've got that Tesla down there in the rocket lane. That's getting out of the hole really nicely. A 1.8 60 foot's definitely no slouch, and an 1183 at 113 miles per hour is very nice too.
So that must be Nicholas Virillis who's out in that black GS Falcon.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
So that makes a bit of sense now.
Yep, very cool. Okay, next pairing up down here, we've got 33 Skyline up against the BMW in the rocket lane. Bit of a wild launch for the 33 again, so fighting a little bit of traction and some chassis walking around down there at 13.15 for the rocket lane to a 15.39 at 94 for the Skyline. Okay, up next, looks like we've got a Golf R up against a Tesla. I think that's a Model 3 performance. I'm just probably making things up down there, but it looks like it's one of the newer models, slightly facelifted version. Yeah, it's a nice colour, Bushy, you're right. And it's a 1.7 60 foot, which is a hair quicker than the Golf R in the Aeroflow lane. It looks like it's going to hold that gap to the line. 11.28 with an 8 at almost 119 miles per hour. So quite impressive from the Tesla there. And 11.07 at 126, equally quite impressive from the Golf R. Great little package that we've seen plenty of out here at Sydney Dragway. Okay, so the green Datsun, little 1600 back out again in the Aeroflow lane. Let's see if they can get a bit of a better launch. The last one was a little bit just dropped it like it's hot on the line there. Big squat out of the back end, up against a BA Falcon in the rocket lane. So let's see what we can do. The BA gets away cleanly. Yeah, much better launch from the little Dado. So short gearing. Driver having to row through the gears quickly there so he can get down the track. It's into fourth and it runs through the line. Ooh, maybe off it a little bit early down there, which we have seen from time to time. At 12.54 at 117 miles per hour is way faster than what that 1600 would have done out of the factory. So great little pass there. Okay, next pairing up, we've got a bit of Nissan on Nissan crime going to go down here. We've got an R33 in the Rocket Lane, really clean looking white 33 Series 2, I think, by the looks of it, or is it a Series 1 with the little boot lip spoiler? Up against an S14 in the Aeroflow Lane. Let's see what we got. 33 gets away first, but the S14's looking pretty sporty. This will be a good race, actually, so a bit of boost coming on board. Both drivers rowing through the gears as they make their way down the Sydney Dragway strip. 14.72 at 107 for the 33 to a 15.25 at 86 miles per hour. All of the RPM on board for the burnout for that VY Commodore in the Aeroflow Lane. It's back up against the BMW, silver BMW in the Rocket Lane. Let's see if Aussie Muscle will triumph over Euro technology. Well, the BMW driver has handed the win by default to the Commodore, leaving a bit early down there. We'll still get a time of 11.10 at 132 miles per hour to a 13.76 at 97.
All right, the Commodore Ute is back out, about to take on his partner in crime, the Commodore Sportswagon.
Yeah, both seen plenty of passes, these two VEs tonight.
Chris Barillas. Yeah, I did see you out there, Chris, and you'll be 28 tomorrow. Mate, you're still a young spring chicken, mate.
Yeah, I think we're all getting a bit older than we'd like to admit up here in the commentary box studio. It's unfortunate, but a lot of wheel spin and something not too happy in the wagon there in the Aeroflow Lane by the looks of things. If your car's not moving right, guys, just remember, if you are racing, just pull over to the side of the lane. That would be great. I know that driver probably can't hear me now, but if the car doesn't feel like it's all okay, just pull over to the left side of the racing surface, so we're not, if there is any fluid being dropped, it's not in the middle of the racing surface. So most importantly, if you do have an issue in your car, we want to make sure that you're safe. So if it's a big shock or you're really worried about something, just stop the car if you can. But if it is possible and the car's still moving under its own power, just move it over to, over towards the wall, depending on the lane that you're in. That'll be the left or the right, and it keeps any fluids off the racing line. But the track crew doesn't seem too concerned about that lane down there from what I can see at the moment, and the wagon is still making its way down the track at a lower rate of knots, so hopefully that'll get out the early exit gate there and we can get back underway. But we'll just have a quick look at the surface.
Well, just while that car's making its way off the track, VP Racing Fuels Australia supply specialised race fuels as used in Michael Rich's Red Mist modified bike. They also make racing oils, performance additives and racing coolants. They're located at 85 Alfred Road in Chipping Norton, and you can contact them on 02 977 234 233 for all inquiries. And I know that Michael uses their MS 105 fuel.
105, 109, 105?
Actually, it might be 109.
109, yep.
I know it's one of the two, but yeah, I know it smells good. I know that for a fact.
It smells fruity.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
There's a reason why I like to be on track when Pro Stock come out.
Sure.
So, that unmistakable sweet smell of their fuel, that usually gets me pretty fired up.
Yeah, you can always smell a little bit of VP M2 upper engine lube down there in the pits. There'll be plenty in the burnout cars down there as well. So really crucial component if you're running a methanol or an alcohol style fuel to keep the top end of the engine lubricated. As we continue on with our next pairing, we've got the yellow VZ Ute up against the silver. Oh, I didn't catch if it was a VY or a VZ. Hard to tell the difference from behind, but nonetheless, the Ute gets there first, a 13.27 at 110 miles per hour to a 14.27 at 98. I touched on it briefly just a few passes ago with the little green Datsun. We saw the brake lights come up before the timing boards lit up down there. Now, it's quite a common thing when people haven't raced much here at Sydney Dragway. When you get down to the deep end of the track, you pass the timing boards, and a lot of people make the rookie error of thinking that's where the line is. But it's just past that area. So the Gulf Western finish line is just a little bit past the timing boards. So what you want to look out for is there's some yellow and black striped markings on the walls down there. So when you're making a pass, you want to make sure you stay into the throttle until you're passing those yellow and black marks on the walls. That'll ensure that you're not giving away any ET or mile per hour by being off the gas before you cross the beams. So you really want to keep that in mind to get the best out of your pass. As we see the Volvo keeping the R35 GTR very honest. That's not something I thought I would have said in the past. At 11:30 with a 5 at 127.9 miles per hour for the GTR and 12.10 for the Volvo.
Geez, I'm being nice tonight and I'm still copping it on YouTube.
That's their job, isn't it?
Well, Sicko says I'm turning 60 next month. Do I sound 60, Steve? Surely not. Surely
55 at least.
I remember the next time you and I were commentating together. Thanks.
Oh, you've got a compliment there from Psyop Gypsy, mate.
Yeah,
fit specimen. He doesn't know you very well, does he?
No. And then Gusman's like, it's in limp mode, kind of like Stewie. Mate, Gusman, the last time I was limping is when I fell over the concrete wall at a burnout comp.
You brought that up, not anyone else, mate.
Yeah,
right,
I know I brought that up, but
okay.
in all fairness, be nice. I haven't even started stirring up some of our regulars. G'day, Vaughan. Hey, listen, what's this about hurting your left leg? You said you used to drive an automatic car and you jumped into manual and now you got a sore left leg. What's wrong with you, mate?
What's happening there?
Jeez, you're driving a real car, not an auto, mate. That's
come on. All right, so back at the line, we've got the beautiful blue Falcon down there in the rocket lane up against the red VY Commodore.
On that subject of this Falcon, I know the guys can't necessarily hear me, but we're getting a lot of comments every time this car comes out on YouTube of people just saying they love the colour.
Yeah,
absolutely love the colour.
It's a great looking thing. Look at the performance as well. 139.60 on that pass. Super clean off the line. Really impressive for the Falcon down there. It crosses the line at a 10.58 with a 2. At the mile per hour is not quite right there, but yeah, 10.58 with a 2. Excellent pass.
We've got a little wagon down here, and it's something towing as the sticker on the rear window. And,
can't quite see it, but yeah, it's got a little bit of spicy Dorito action, I think, doesn't it? Sounded like a rotary to me.
I'm looking at the car he's up against.
The Mustang?
The Mustang, yeah.
Cool, got some RPM on board. Gets away really nicely. Pops the front end up. Ooh, big backfire from the wagon as grabbing gears down there. He's got a lot going on in that wagon. The Mustang crossed for a 10.164 at 130 mile per hour. Really nice. And as it gets really close to the center line, the wagon's a 15.34.
Hey, Alex, I just read your comment about the coffee and donuts from Go Nuts for Donuts. Mate, I want to know, did you get 2 packets or 1 of donuts?
I mean, you couldn't blame me for getting 2.
No, not at all.
The donuts are excellent.
They are. Freshly made.
Yep.
Great to see a whole heap of people as well, Pat, down in the spectator viewing area. And it's always good when you see the crew come out. And I know we call it Race for Real, and it is off-street drag racing. Tonight is about fun, and more importantly, getting it off the streets and doing it safely. But it also just goes to show the average viewer as well that, you know, the crew come down there, they're videoing the burnout, they're videoing the launch.
Yep.
And they're going back and deciphering, using it for data and see where they can improve. And it just goes to show you the professionalism of this level of drag racing.
Yeah, well, everyone wants to, you know, run a better pass, or they want to see what the car did. You know, that's the other thing. You bring the car down here, and just like, you know, when you're driving at any time, you don't don't necessarily get to hear your car from the outside, right? Or you don't get to see what it does, what it looks like. So yeah, a lot of people always, got their mates down there, get a quick clip of the launch, see what it looks like. You've got to do it for the gram sometimes as well, so you've got to upload it. A lot of wheel spin off the line for the VL in the Rocket Lane. Had a big step over to the right there, so gathered it back up, and it's going to make a full pass and lead the way onto the stripe at 13.29 at 113 miles per hour, up against the 13.92, 103 for the Aeroflow Lane.
Yeah, it's great to have Gulf Western, who are sponsoring the finishing line. Of course, the Nitro Champs that will be coming up in May next year, sponsored by Gulf Western Oil.
Yep, and prior to that, of course, we've got the big Top Fuel Grand Final here at Sydney Dragway, the NDRC event on the 8th of November. So it's a postponed date from September, early September. We're supposed to have that go down here with Top Fuel funny cars and dragsters, as well as the Aeroflow Performance Sportsman All-Stars, who are invited from the sportsman category to take part in that one-day event. So it's going to be great. It's going to be all action, all nitro, all day here at Sydney Dragway. So can't wait for that on the 8th of November.
Now, that's not a good sign. That left-hand drive Mustang that just went down, just getting a little bit of a chat from IHRA.
Oh,
hopefully it's nothing bad.
Might just be having a chat to see if he's got a roll cage in that 65 model car that just went a 10.16, I think it was. So yeah, we want to make sure that everyone's going to be safe at that sort of speed. But see what happens. 0.68 on the tree for Sammy Joe Johnson, and 0.36. Was that the Virilis in the GS?
I dare say
down there on that one. So yeah, two tidy reaction times dialing themselves in. 10.72 at 125 for Sammy Joe Johnson, and a 12.41 at 113 for Virilis.
Now, Eden is here tonight, as I mentioned, in the Area 51 Custom Performance Ute. Now, you may notice, ladies and gentlemen, that he doesn't have his sparring partner, who also drives a red car, Smokin' Joe Sabello. Unfortunately, Joe's car didn't behave itself over the weekend, and there's a little bit of work to be done on the Sabello Racing Datsun Skyline, but hopefully we'll see Joe back. He's very lucky he's got 3 different cars, so he's able to pick between them, as Eden gets out with an 0.72, 1.77, and runs a 9.92 at 145.
Good mile per hour there from Eden's combination back in the 9s. It's good to see. But just as we get ready for our next passes, guys, I just wanted to remind everyone that's racing tonight. I hope you can hear me, or if you're considering racing in the future, just keep a couple of these points in mind from the track staff from a safety point of view. Please keep your helmet on until you are on the return road. So we know that sometimes you might be slowing down quick enough on the in the braking area, but please do not remove your helmet until you've come around the corner, you've done the U-turn, and you're back down on the return road. Just as we see the Race Solutions Ute get out really nicely there in the Rocket Lane. It does cross through for a 9.31 at 152 miles per hour. I think that might be a PB for the guys down there, so well done to Maroon and the boys. But yeah, please keep your helmet on until you're on the return road, and equally keep your windows up until you're on the return road as well. It's really important. While you're in the braking zone, you are still on the racing surface, so things can happen. You don't want some weird debris coming in the window. You don't want another vehicle, kicking up a whole heap of stuff that's coming through the window. You don't want to have, worst case scenario, some sort of accident that happens at the big end and your windows are down. So please, helmets on and windows up until you're on the return road. And when we're talking about the braking area, that whole braking area is for you to be braking. So some people, we were talking about getting off the throttle early before the finish line, but we've had a few people go through the finish line and stay into the throttle for a few seconds, which means that you're still adding speed and making that braking zone really, really short. So the last thing that everyone here trying to get passes in tonight wants to see is a car at the beach. So in the sand trap at the end there, everything has to stop. Yeah, or worse, Stewie.
Or worse.
That's right. We don't want to have to stop. We don't want to have to recover a car and all that sort of thing. Everyone needs to have fun, so please keep in mind, keep your helmet on until the return road. Keep your windows up until the return road. And also, once you've crossed the finish line, please slow the car down in a quick manner. We'd really appreciate it, but most importantly, we want you guys to have fun, come back, do it again, and do it again. So it looks like we've got another visit from the wildlife here, Western Sydney Parklands. We do have quite a few kangaroos around, so if you're watching from somewhere else in the world other than Australia, yes, we do have kangaroos at the drag strip. It's a common thing, so we'll just get Wes up there, I think, to shoo them away on the quad, and then we can get back to our regular production. But while the guys are doing that, we might just take this opportunity to duck off for a couple of ads from our great track sponsors. We'll be right back at Aeroflow Race for Real, Sydney Dragway.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm a sprint car and Allo kart driver.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Building Converting a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. It's the Pocket Rocket up in the studio with Pat Elliott in commentary. And Pat, perfect timing, end of the ad, and we're into the bikes.
Yep, gotta love it. We've had a few rolled down the strip there, but yeah, well, pretty well represented tonight, the two-wheel competitors. So we've got our next pairing up there, ready to go, just tiptoeing into full stage. And here we go. Got O2O reaction time, getting close down there at the line for the two-wheel competitors. The reason why we're mentioning a reaction time so much tonight at Race for Real is because there is quite the jackpot, Stewie. Down here we've got $2,100. If you can get the perfect reaction time, that is a 000 as the light goes green, you get to take home 2,100. That's 2,100 bickies for you to do whatever you like. You can do whatever you want. You can buy a whole bunch of entries to more Race for Reals. You can get a new set of tyres. You can get maybe even a turbo. You can put it all on black if you want. You know, if you want to live that side of the on that side of life. But yeah, plenty of options down there. So all you need to do is run a 000 reaction time. Sounds so easy, Stu.
Yeah, it's not easy to do though. I know what I'd do with $2,100. But straight put my car back to the panel shop and get some stuff fixed up on. But yeah.
Wally Hoster down there peeling out by the looks of things in the rocket lane. Next up, this is an interesting looking bike in the Aeroflow lane, but I'm not exactly sure what it is. It sort of looks custom, kind of has a bit of a Yamaha XSR sort of tail section feel to it, but I can't see. It's the only downside of being up here in the commentary box. We don't get to drool over the cool stuff. Not like you normally down in the staging lanes, Stu.
Well, I'm actually trying to work out what bike Wally Hoster's actually racing tonight, because the last couple of weeks he's been out on a yellow, blue and white Kawasaki.
Yeah, Wally got a little bit away from it. He's just running 899 at 167 miles per hour, but ended up in the Aeroflow lane in the braking area from the rocket lane. So maybe he was a bit surprised by the performance there of the bike that he's on. But nonetheless, we'll have a look when he comes back down, see if we can't spot the shape of the bike. But yeah, 899 at 167 miles per hour is moving.
Hey, Big Alex took our advice, mate. He got 2 packs of donuts and he said they're really good.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Gotta love it. Brett Copping down there screaming away on the classic Suzuki GT750. Really nice. 1044 with a 9, 122 miles per hour.
Yeah, they've actually got another Suzuki GT750 in the build, that team, the race bike. We're not actually sure when it's coming out.
I think they've got his brother race a Kawasaki as well, a classic Kawasaki. Yeah, I can't remember the exact details, but yeah, it's really cool when both of them come out at the track champs and you know, we get to see those classic bikes. So really, really good. Being ridden in anger as well, by the way. You know, looking at a classic bike parked up somewhere is one thing, but seeing them scream their way down the strip here is awesome.
Just do a quick shout out to Gretch, who's tuning in from Hornsby. G'day, Gretch. I hope you're enjoying all the action from Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. And tell you what, 9.18, 146.21 miles per hour. That is damn quick as one of the Varillas boys comes out now. That's Christopher Varillas in the CMV performance-backed Falcon that runs in Street Fighter. And as Pat mentioned, and Steve has mentioned on numerous occasions too, if you're here at Race Real and you love your drag racing, Street Fighter is the next step up. from Race for Real. A couple of red lights, but hey, they're trying. And I'll tell you what, that Honda CR-V went .053 red last time. He's gone .023 red this time. Now, I'm not sure whether he's watching the racing next to him to gauge when he's got to leave, but he's getting quicker and quicker on those reaction times as this beautiful-looking Holden Gemini comes out, taking on the big BMW SUV.
Yeah,
it is immaculate.
The Gemini is a very, very tidy car, so... X5 gets away cleanly again, a 1.860 foot for the X5. It looks like it's going to hold the lead down there, 13.10 at 103 miles per hour to a 14.06 at 82 for the Gemmy. Yeah, really, really, really tidy car down there.
Well, from one tidy early model Holden to another, we've got this beautiful yellow Tirana down here, sorry. That Tirana is sensational, love it. We don't get a lot of yellow cars, but one thing about yellow cars, they are very good for you to get photos taken of them. So
yeah, they always show up really well under the lights, right?
Yeah.
And that's the downside. Like I love a black car. I really like black as a color, but terrible for photos. Yeah. Absolutely terrible for photos.
I'll tell you what, that Tirana, if I was the driver, I'd be trying to get some photos of your car here at Sydney Dragway. And a 15.27, that's not a bad pass either.
No.
We've got another 33 come out. Troy said Bananarama.
Bananarama. That's it. I think isn't that the colour?
It may be. I'll tell you what, we've had some really good yellow cars over the years. Of course, the one couple that spring to mind is Peter Papanio's old nitrous-assisted car that he used to race here at Sydney Dragway, probably about 6 or 7 years ago.
Can't go wrong with a bit of nitrous action in a Tirana.
And of course, the Sainty top fuel car, the all-Australian built top fueler. And I know, Terry, if you're watching the live stream, or we do miss you, mate. We'll hope you're well.
Yep, absolutely. Another cornerstone of Australian top fuel racing. All right, next pair up to the line. 072 red to an 063 green. The reaction time challenge is on. Everyone's chasing it.
Nicholas Varillas said his dad's driving the XR6 tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
Dad's driving the XR6. Good. It's tricky. Normally, when they're here for track championships, we've got all their racer data on the screen.
Right.
So
exactly.
so we know who's there. But it's tricky to keep up with them. But, nonetheless, the little Triple S Pulsar back up to the line. We've got the WRX back again. Let's see. Gets away a little bit nicer this time, so slip the clutch a little bit smoky off the line, but seems to have cleared up. The Pulsar holding its own as it gets down the big end of the track. A 1375, 105 miles per hour to a 1340 at 102. Pretty rare that you will see a Triple S Pulsar outpace a WRX, but very impressive for that little Pulsar.
Well, this should be a good race. We've got BMW versus Mercedes.
Oh, yep. The battle of the Euro Titans.
Little A-Class, AMG in the rocket lane, taking on the Beamer. The Beamer 2.28 and 60. The Merc with a 2.13. It is trying to catch him, but the BMW, the better reaction time, and a 13.15 to a 12.64. So, yeah, the Merc, a little bit better reaction time, and he probably would have driven around that BMW.
Yeah, quite possibly. All-wheel drive AMG up against the rear-wheel drive. I think it might have been M240 or something like that, that BMW. But, yeah.
Big shout-out to Glenn Clayton, who apparently he's a long-time watcher, but a first-time commenting. So welcome, Glenn. Great to have you as part of the YouTube family, watching Aeroflow Race for Real here from Sydney Dragway.
All right, so Audi RS3 back around again, and the red BA Falcon. It seems to have no issues with the burnout, but so far we've seen it not really want to continue on down the track. at a good rate of knots. So let's see if they can't figure that out and get it away this time. Gets off the line all right.
Almost sub 2 seconds.
And then just hits a wall. Just hits a wall just after the 60 foot. I don't know what's happening there. I hope he's not running out of fuel. I mean, it could have fuel surge if the tank's low. Yeah, could be, but they weren't usually that much of an issue unless the thing was down around a quarter of a tank. I remember I had a BA back in the day. And it didn't really like it unless the driver is just chasing that reaction time and doesn't want to trying to spare the horses for the rest of them. Yeah. So anyway, we will move on to our next pairing. We've got Falcon Ute, another reaction time competitor down here tonight, and it's very clean R33 Skyline in the Rocket Lane. It's a nice set of rims on it, good stance, super tidy car.
Yeah, it's nice actually. It's actually a bit different to see one without a rear wing on it either.
Yeah, I think from what I can see here, it is a Series 2, judging by the front bumper, but it's got that nice little flush-mounted sort of lip spoiler on the back of it. So yeah, really clean car.
I'll tell you what, he's going to drive around the Falcon by the look of it as well.
Yeah, certainly will. 1440 at 107 to a 1660. 84. A little Hilux is back out again. Super keen on the skid. Up against, looks like a M140 hatch or a 135 hatch, another BMW.
Yeah, I think you're right. Troy said that Hilux coming up skids well. Yes, it does. And he said he hope he goes for third gear.
I haven't heard a turbo from that thing, so I'm not sure if third gear will be an option. But nonetheless, we'll give it a go. Let's see what sort of time it runs. Good hit off the line. The BMW does make its way on down the track as well. It's got a decent bit of power behind it. That little hatch, 1240, 115 miles per hour. The Hilux crossing for a 1650 at 83.
Oh, I've got the Colorado, which I'm not sure if this is the drag name or not. Mark Elborn, of course, he does drive a Colorado, and he has raced that car out here, but he's taking on the Hyundai Getz. Of course, he works for Power Plus Race Fuels, New South Wales.
Both of those cars off the money with the reaction time. They've run much better tonight. The Getz in particular.
Yeah, Power Plus Race Fuels, one of our great sponsors here at Sydney Dragway as well. 1785, he ran a 17 out of the Getz. Well done, well done.
Very nice. Next pairing, Subaru STI. Well, looks things up against the DC2 Integra.
You see that? If that was manual, Steve, it's got a 5-speed manual in it with a 1.6 litre motor in it. So it's a little bit bigger motor than the 2. So
cold start limiter bash, you reckon, for the Getz? That keeps them running, mate.
yeah, they're like the they were the next version of the Hyundai XL in my book. You just
yeah, they will take a beating.
Yeah, they do. Not that I gave mine a beating, but yeah, they are still getting around these days. They've got this little wagon down here, which is really cool. Taking on the Toyota, 108 on the tree for the Toyota. You hear the wagon screaming off its head.
Little pop of flame, grabs third gear down there. Aggressive launch from the 35 GTR down there in the burnout box.
He's taking on a very nice Nissan Silvia. in the rocket lane.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if this GTR is going to unleash R mode as per his number plates.
You can hear the launch control working down there. It gets away with a 171 60 foot. It's pretty tight. It's run 1030s pretty much all night. 1047 at 133 on this pass.
Yeah, we've got the AU about to come out.
The
first
mighty
timer.
AU.
Great to see a first timer out here. If Danny Stater was watching the live stream, because he'll be cheering on the AU.
Yeah.
But he's taking on the Ford. Of course, Mazda had the cousin of this car, the twin under the skin.
What was it? It was Tribute, wasn't it?
Yes,
Mazda
the Mazda
Tribute, and
yes.
then Ford Escape. Yeah.
Yep, that had the column shift in it.
Yes.
Oh, red light there as well.
Oh, 073 red. Chasing it.
Yeah, the AU Falcon, 2.89 in the 60.
Okay, so we got 752 at 80 and a 1681 at 88 miles per hour for the AU. Okay, we got white Model 3 Tesla back out again. Up against the BA Falcon.
Yeah, this Tesla has already run an 11-second pass tonight. Yes.
Yeah, this one's 1180s, I think. Yeah.
I was just about to say, yes, you heard it right. 11 seconds out of the Tesla.
Well, BA just rolled through the beams there. So
I think he wants a head start.
Yeah, he was intimidated by the Tesla. There we go.
.83 in the 60 for the Tesla, and runs on through another 11-second pass, an 11.822 at 112 miles per hour to a 1592 at 76 as the Toyota Corolla comes out, makes a little bit of noise, about to take on the R33.
Hear all the intake noise from the track mics down there from the little Toyota. So it's making all the right noises. We'll get to the stripe first. 1652 at 89 miles per hour to a 1653 at 85 miles per hour for the Skyline.
All right, the Lexus ISF about to take on the little Honda Civic, which unfortunately dropped a little bit of coolant last time they brought the car out. So hopefully it'll behave itself again. Sounds tough.
Yep. Sounds a bit more like B-Series action down there rather than K-Series, which is the Honda purists will appreciate.
Tell you what, not a bad 60 foot there for the Lexus. 2.094 in the 60. Got a good jump off the lights too with the reaction time. Nice and straight and over the Gulf Western Oil finishing line, and a 13.03 at 109.
1480 for the little Civic, which is sort of probably about where it should be if it's got a B-Series in it. 1.6 litre.
Now we've got this R33 that's come to the line, and once again he's staged right side of the wheel tracks.
Yeah, it seems to be working for him tonight, but it's definitely a little bit unorthodox, I guess you would say. The Golf R not too fussed by position or condition. The all-wheel drive launch control working a charm for it. 1146 at 127 miles per hour. 1560 at 91 for the R33.
The Datsun back out, Pat.
Yep.
Taking on another one of our Teslas.
Yeah, the Model 3. I'm just going to say it's a Model 3 Performance because it's running 1130s or 1120s down there. It's a nice combination. But, so I dare say that Tesla will be the quicker of the two, but that is going to do it in style.
Well, the Data would definitely do it in style. I mean, I don't know, is there such thing as style when you're driving a Tesla?
Oh, more shots fired.
Well, a legitimate question.
This kind of an appliance on wheels.
No, I was going to say, it's like, I mean, they say Toyota used to be white goods on wheels. I reckon
It's
these
a
are
fast
too.
appliance on wheels. Yeah.
Actually, you know what happened to me during the week? You two will probably laugh at this. I put up a post on my Facebook and talking to my friends how I'd like to buy a new car next year.
Yep.
One of my friends gets on and she says, "Why don't you buy a BYD?" I quickly shut that down. Like, I shut her down big time.
Why not a BYD Shark?
That's what I was getting
Stu,
at. That's
you know,
what I was getting at.
A ute, you love your utes.
Yep.
You know, it's still got a petrol engine in it. It's a hybrid.
Yes,
you
but
can justify it.
Yes, but what I can't justify is customer service and the availability of parts, which is one thing I've been reading a lot about in relation to the BYD Sharks.
Okay.
So
I think you could insert manufacturer name here when it comes to unsatisfactory dealership situations, though. There's quite a few stories of that out there. Yeah, I don't know. Have we? I'm sure there's probably been some BYD Sharks here at
there's
Sydney
been one
Dragway,
that's
isn't
come
it?
here, ran a 13. Yep.
13. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw somewhere someone put one on a dyno and it made like 300 kilowatts.
Wow.
The wheels, which is pretty wild, really, when you think about it. But yeah, I think there's still a bit of a way to go for that brand as far as, you know, body control, chassis development, and all that sort of thing. But you know, let's face it, they're not marketing the cars as the ultimate driving machine. They're marketing them as a cost-effective way to, you know, get into the hybrid market or whatever. So that's, you know, everyone's got their place. They've all got their place. Maybe it's just not here at Sydney Dragway.
Oh,
but
look,
they're welcome anyway.
Oh, they're definitely welcome. I just think, you know, if you were in the market for a hybrid vehicle,
yes.
And look, it's great to have all these manufacturers coming out from that part of the world. But
nice launch from the Volvo. Sorry to cut you off there,
right.
Stu. 168 60 foot.
I think just, you know, I think they've still got a little while to go before they can catch the Japanese in terms of reliability, parts availability, cost, and everything else. That's my only question mark when it comes to those style of vehicles. But
yeah, certainly. I think resale value
definitely
is you know, a bit of a question there, if that's something that you've got to consider. They're still in that sort of early phase of, you know, model development, product development, so there's a lot of new versions coming quickly,
yes.
Which is, you know, maybe not so good for resale. But hey, let's see where it goes. In the meantime, there's plenty of other options out there, just like these two V8 petrol burning weapons down on the line. We've got the VF Commodore up against the VY. Let's see who's got it. VY with a slightly better reaction time. VF looks like it's going to have a bit of horsepower on its side as it starts to edge out. A bit of a lead down there on the blacktop here at Sydney Dragway. 13.03 at 112 miles per hour to a 14.57 at 94. Got that tough VL Group A back down there in the rocket lane with a pretty mean skid. Getting a little crossed up down there. Let's see if he can get away cleanly on this pass. It had a big wander over to the right. The last pass down here. A bit of wheel spin still, but gets away. The VE struggling for traction, starting to snake its way down the Aeroflow lane there, but gathered up fairly well. 12.94, 113 miles per hour for the VL, 15.00 at 102.
I'll tell you what, this Mustang has got a pretty decent set of rear tyres on it down here. I did mention earlier, it's left-hand drive.
Yep. Yeah, it's very cool. It's very fast. It's very loud. Ticks all the boxes, doesn't it, Stu?
Absolutely. And, you know, those 65 to 66 road-going Mustangs, they're classic. They look fantastic. And, you know, to the owners that have got them, it's a credit to you all that you keep them in top-nick condition as well. Interesting how he goes. He's in the Aeroflow lane this time. 1.62 with the 60 this time.
Straight as an arrow down the track as well. Really, really clean.
Yeah, just puffing out a little bit of smoke out of the exhaust pipe. But 10.46 at 130 miles per hour. That is one quick Mustang.
It's pretty healthy, isn't it? Okay, back around. XPT 400 Falcon down here in the Rocket Lane.
We've got just under an hour before we're scheduled to start the burnouts. And as I mentioned, we do have one pro car which is entered for tonight. Don't forget this Saturday, guys, no mercy here at Sydney Dragway. Now, I did mention that it's not just burnouts, because obviously that's a big part of the show, but Kalidi have got their stall, which will be up the top, but they've also got helicopter rides as well.
Helicopter rides, okay.
Which is cool.
Wow, see some skids from the sky.
I reckon that'd be unreal. I've been up in a chopper before at a car meet, and it's a hell of a lot of fun.
I think I also saw, Stu, that they've got the playpen running.
Yes, they do.
Down here, so that's the staff car park, sort of down the bottom of the tower. But also they're going to have a skid row for bikes, even.
Oh, that's
I think on this weekend, no mercy. So yeah, it's going to be a huge burnout show. Really, like they're really stepping it up. They're getting a whole Summernats sort of vibe as far as the options for people to come and have a skid. As we mentioned earlier, there's a junior skid competition as well for the younger crew. So yeah, definitely if you're in for a bit of burnout action, make sure you get on down to Sydney Dragway for No Mercy this Saturday.
Apparently they're opening up the play pit, and apparently Reece Forrester is going to be the first one to open the pit.
Okay.
So that's exciting, because
Yeah,
he's no stranger to some very, very good burnouts here at Sydney Dragway. I can't wait to get a little bit of smoke up the nose. It's been a little while since I've been next to the burnout pad. There's a reason why I go down and the other boys won't come. Oh, Mark's actually been down. I shouldn't say they don't. Mark's been down.
Yeah.
You know, I'm trying to slowly, and I mean, I've been trying this for the last 3-4 years. I have been trying to get Mark Thomas a little bit more involved into the burnouts and come down and co-commentate some burnouts with me.
You think he might take the ute once?
Well, you know, he might.
Might be stretching it a little bit there.
He might. He might. You never know. I never say never.
Yeah. You're right. Bushy, getting him to commentate's one thing, getting him to take part is another.
Well, I reckon if there's a Tirana that would come out and do a burnout, I guarantee you, I reckon Mark would be in the passenger seat in a heartbeat.
Yeah, more than likely.
I'd love to see him in Fry LC for a ride.
That'd be an eye-opening experience, I reckon, Stu.
I reckon he'd love it.
All right,
He'd probably get me back for that comment just quietly.
Yes. All right, VF Commodore up at the line. Let's see what we've got.
Don't know what's going on. I mean, I did mention earlier that we've got some quick VFs here in Sydney, Pat, but that orange one that came out earlier.
Yep.
I thought that was one of our quick ones, because there used to be an orange one that came out. They used to run low 10s, high 9s.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that car for a long time. I haven't seen Halil out for a while either.
I think he's been doing a bit of roll racing.
Yeah.
I think he was out here at the last COTS event. So dare say probably at the next one as well.
Yep.
Similar situation, right? You get these cars that are starting to move really quickly. I think Halil's car might have dipped into the 8s.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's willing to put a cage in that car, which is fine. It's his car. It's all right, but it obviously limits what he can do here at the track if he's going to continue to run at that point. So being that it is a later model, it's 2017, one of the last VFs, then it does qualify for the Real Street A license. So he can run down to 9.0, but as soon as you go under that, then it's time for a cage. So yeah, roll racing, a bit of a different discipline, some different rules and regulations around that. So yeah, I think he's been having a bit of fun there. But yeah, there's still plenty of tough VFs around. But I mean, they're in that funny point where being the last of the Commodores, a lot of people have decided to keep them in the shed.
Yes.
Right. So they're trying to preserve them and look after them for whatever they may be worth going forward in the future. But yeah, I'm sure we'll still see plenty here at the track in the future.
Yeah, because a lot of them are definitely good. Most of them, or pretty much all of them that I've seen, they're all running a radial tyre on them.
Yep.
I haven't seen any of them with slicks on them.
No, it doesn't really work quite as well with the IRS rear end quite often on a prep surface. But yeah, we'll soon find out. We've got the Race Solutions shop ute back up at the line. Solid burnout. You can hear it on the two-step building boost. Gets away pretty nicely down there. 150, 60 foot. Goes through the 8th mile at 5.99, so we're on for another low 9 here. 9.17 with a 2 at 154 miles an hour. Very impressive combination on that one.
That is an awesome pass out of that car. As we're back into the bikes, don't forget, guys, the 10th of October, it's the first bike night. So make sure you come out for that one. We'll probably have everything from Harleys to some very quick Japanese sports bikes. As Pat mentioned, the BMW RRs coming out as well.
Yeah, a bit of everything, I dare say.
And I'm sure that the guys from Dark Side Customs, no doubt, will probably show their face at some stage as well.
Yep. As we said, 9.99 with a 1 at 151 miles per hour. Light up the boards down there. Up against an 11.02 at 130. Plenty of RPM on board with that burnout for our next rider in the Rocket Lane.
It's great to see more people out here enjoying their bikes in a safe, controlled area rather than treating some of our roads around Sydney like a racetrack and, excuse me, and unfortunately coming off their bikes.
Yeah, we don't want to see that.
No.
As much as we don't want to sound like old fuddy-duddies or, you know, the fun police or anything like that, it's just, you get to a certain point where things just start to get a bit out of control, a bit wild, and, you know, I mean, a lot of us, you know, have lost really close friends and family to accidents like that, so, you know, you can, and also, you don't have to worry about the blue and red lights coming up behind you at the end of the
That's right.
at the end of the drag strip here. You know, you can do as much as you like. You don't end up with a big fine and you know, loss of license, or, you know, have your vehicle towed or repoed, all that sort of thing. So you just get to do lap after lap out here. So that's what we want everyone to do. And bike night's a great opportunity for our two-wheeled enthusiasts to do so.
Now I can see Eden having a chat down there with the IHRA official.
Yeah, he just ran another 992, I think, the last pass. Up against Sammy Joe, went 1070 again, I think. So
yeah, Sammy Joe's definitely got the consistency tonight in her car, which is fantastic to see. I'll tell you what I am looking forward to, though, Pat, is that hopefully further down the track, they'll get a new motor for Brian's car.
Yes.
And hopefully we'll be able to see Brian back out racing as well.
Yep, Brian had a sing. Definitely done plenty of laps down here. Obviously, Sammy Joe Johnson's partner and fellow dialed-in racing competitor, team member. So he's down there thinking about his engine in Sammy's car, I'm sure. Thinking about that tonight, but yeah, be keen to see him back out again. See the dialed-in racing crew back at full strength.
And if you ever come to our track champs or one of our major events, guys, aside from going down and looking at some of the bigger cars, make sure you make your way down to Top Fuel Street.
Yep.
And meet up with a lot of the people that are down there that run in the Street Fighter class.
People might ask, where is Top Fuel Street? Well, you'll find it because they've actually got a street sign that, that they stamp into the grass and down there, and yeah, you can't miss it. And
one of their races that's down there as well, you'll probably hear him before you see him. So, admittedly, most of the time that could be partly my fault because I do like to stir him up a little bit.
Good on you.
But hey, you wouldn't be mates if you can't stir them up.
It's all a bit of fun down there. It's a great environment here at the Track Champs or any of the other events where you'll see those competitors involved.
Yep.
So it looks like we've got a little clean-up at the start line down there again, but we should probably run through some of the upcoming events. We have listed off a couple, Stu, but this Friday we've got COTS round 6, I believe it is, King of the Streets, roll racing here at Sydney Dragway on Friday night. Then on Saturday, as we've mentioned earlier, we've got No Mercy burnout competition coming up on Saturday. That is a new one for us here. It's going to be a wild burnout event. And then later in October, we're going to see Bike Night on Friday, the 10th of October. So next Friday. It's going to be a great event, plenty of bikes. And then at the end of October, 31st of October, we've got, thank God it's Friday, Halloween edition.
Oh, yeah.
So plenty of burnouts going on. Make sure if you're going to come down and check out, thank God it's Friday, on the 31st of October, dress up, get a bit of the Halloween vibes happening for you. It's going to be a great event as always, but plenty going on here at Sydney Dragway this month of October. And don't forget the 8th of November, Nitro, Top Fuel, Grand Final from NDRC. There's going to be funny cars, there's going to be dragsters, there's going to be the Aeroflow Sportsman All-Stars Invitational Competition. There's going to be Nitro Flames over the roof of these awesome vehicles. Get a good whiff at it, it clears your sinuses. So make sure you get on down and check out all these awesome events that are coming up at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, we've got Skin, Eyes and Mouth just ask, are all these events live on the channel?
I believe most of them are, yeah. COTS will be live, as it usually is, I think via their channels and our own on Sydney Dragway Official on YouTube. No Mercy, I'm not 100% sure about. I believe it is. I believe it is live, but that's not necessarily a Sydney Dragway event.
That's right.
So that'll be up to the promoters to put that one on. Bike Night will be live on the YouTube channel, and of course, thank God it's Friday, will be live as well. So plenty of action to be found, but there's nothing like being at the track. You can hear it better, you can smell it better, you can taste it and see it all the better from the stands here at Sydney Dragway. We've got plenty of seats, we've got plenty of space. A lot of the time at these events you can actually get up onto the Eastern Hill, you can set up a marquee, you can make a full day of it, bring the family down, check it all out. There's nothing better than drag racing live at the venue. We'd love to have you here.
Well, we can fit roughly around 60,000 people in here at Sydney Dragway, so we've got plenty of room, guys.
Yep. Get on down. Wally Hoster goes through for another 9.16 with a 4 at 165 miles per hour, so he's just backed down a little bit on that pass from the previous 8.99. But everyone's nice and safe. Okay, we've got double reaction time battles happening down here. We've got the CRV back out again. Looks like the Black GS, I think, in the other lane, or is it? No, it's another FG Falcon down there. CRV gets a green reaction time. It's 0.96, not quite there for that $2,100 jackpot. That is happening tonight at Aeroflow Performance Race for Real. 000. Have you ever cut a 000, Stu?
No, the best I've ever done is a 039.
Ooh,
that's the best I've ever done.
Very nice. My reaction times have all been absolutely horrible. Won't even mention that. But nonetheless, if you can manage the 000 reaction time, there is a wonderful bonus on offer tonight at Sydney Dragway. That gorgeous Gemini getting away pretty cleanly down there in the Rocket Lane this time, Stu.
Yeah, 11.77, 116. Hey, Skin Eyes is from across the ditch. He's from New Zealand, one of our Kiwi brothers.
Sure, bro.
I hope you're enjoying all the action from here at Aeroflow Performance Race for Real. And unfortunately, the car down there, which I think was the Golf.
The Golf, yeah.
Looks like it's got a bit of an issue.
Yeah, wasn't too happy after the launch on that one, but we'll have the crew down there at that early exit gate to wave him on down.
All right, next up, we've got this Nissan Pulsar, which has a tendency to pull left.
Check out the attitude in the burnout.
And taking on Mr. Virillis in the CMV Performance-backed Falcon. Yeah, I know, Gus, man, that we say cousins. But I've got a lot of my Kiwi friends. And apparently, sometimes I sound like a Kiwi. Don't ask me how, but apparently sometimes I do sound like a Kiwi. So,
Not sure. I think you just offended a whole bunch of Kiwis, Stu.
oh, it's all right. Normally they call me a Skippy. I'm sure they'll get me back like everybody else that's a regular on the YouTube chat.
Eventually, mate. Eventually, yeah.
They will. They will.
All right, next pair
Mr.
up.
Varillas.
Big red light. That's not going to work.
I'll tell you what, this Pulsar, yes, he loves to do big burnout, front-wheel drive burnouts, which, don't get me wrong, they are cool. But a 1401 with the Ford, 104 miles per hour, as we see this beautiful-looking yellow Tirana make its way back out. About to take on the BMW.
It's a great-looking thing, isn't it? That's LC, I think. The Banana Rana, as it was coined earlier.
I'm sure that if Mark Thomas was here, he'd be able to give us the lowdown.
He would be all over it.
He would be. Tell you what, 2.29 in the 60, but the BMW just drives around him at about 330 foot, nice and straight down the Aeroflow lane at a 12.91 at 110 miles per hour as Troy gets on there. Yes, Bananarama. What's the name of a 90s pop band? From memory as well, Bananarama.
You're showing your age now, Stu.
Yeah, well, they didn't have a lot of big hits, but yeah.
This is quite common the case. All right, next up, we've got the big EL Falcon back out again up against the Lancer.
Yeah, that's kind of bringing out my old radio instincts. 1436, 1504 as the Rexy makes its way out in the Aeroflow lane, about to take on another Falcon.
I've just noticed that is was it which of the Varillas boys had their birthday coming up on Thursday? Christopher, that's him in the silver G6, I think, and I could just see. I haven't seen it earlier, but he's got it written on the rear windscreen that it's his birthday on Thursday. So sorry that we didn't see that earlier, Chris. It's a little bit tricky to see it from up the top here, but yeah, we can join everyone in wishing a very happy 28th,
yeah,
birthday on Thursday. So what a great way to celebrate by being out at the Dragway and doing what you love. 1494 at 94 miles per hour for that pass.
Well, as we always say, where else would you want to be on a Wednesday night in Sydney than here at Sydney Dragway? Now the weather's starting to warm up, and it's also school holidays. Speaking about school holidays, I've been a little bit reserved tonight, but how many kids are up in the stand? Put your hands up, kids. How many have we got up in the stand? All right. Before we, I'm going to warm you guys up a little bit because you're going to show Mum and Dad how it's done here at Sydney Dragway. I want you guys to put your limited fingers up in the air and start warming them up for me. Who wants to see some burnouts? Oh, I'll tell you what, I reckon we're going to... I'm feeling it, Steve. I'm starting to feel it.
I reckon there's a better effort out there, Stu. Rev them up again, mate.
Oh, I reckon it was. All right, kids, let's get those fingers up. Let's see it. Who wants to see some burnouts? Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, guys, you're starting to fire the pocket rocket up. I'm getting excited as well because burnouts should be happening roughly at around 9:30. It's going to be a big, big night of burnouts. I can't wait. And, yeah, I tend to get a little bit fired up at this time of night.
Are you going to get down there next to the pad, Stu, tonight, or are you going to hang up here in the box?
No, I'll be going down next to the pad tonight. Don't you worry about that. The good thing is that they brought my microphone back up from downstairs, which is good.
It's ready to rock and roll. It's charged and ready to go.
Yeah, it certainly is. All right, this is going to be an absolute cracker of a race. We've got the Audi taking on the Mercedes AMG. Both of them relatively short wheelbase, two equally very quick cars. The Audi probably a little bit better in the first half of the racetrack, whereas the Merc, well, it should be able to hunt him down from about
I reckon Audi all round on this one, Stu. I'm calling it early.
Well, he got the better reaction time, much better in the 60 foot, 1.78 to a 1.88. And yes, you're right, Pat. Straight around 11.58, 118 to a 12.39 at 114. Hey, Brett, I have not had an energy drink tonight. As you can probably tell, I did say at the start of the show that I'm being a little bit more serious tonight. But yeah, I'm not commentating like I usually do. Now, this Colorado, to me, Pat, it looked like it had a fuel cell in the back of it because there was something in the tray which, to be honest, you don't normally see a metal box.
It's probably just being a ute, Stu. It's got a toolbox in the back. Some people still use them as utes, you know.
Yeah, but with a hose hanging off it?
Well, I don't know. It might have a fuel cell.
Well, actually, having said that, the Denny Ute Muster, I know a couple of secrets with Denny Ute Muster, thanks to my mate Darren, who lives up the mountains, so hey, you never know. 16.42 at 82 to an 18.50 at 75 for the Colorado. Look out. Because apparently the drag gnome, he actually wants to race me. Colorado versus the pocket rocket. So
I don't know why it hasn't happened already, Stu.
Well, it's going to happen, I'll tell you. So the Power Plus Race Fuels assisted Colorado.
You should just sneak a little bit of that special fuel into the Mazda 2 as well, eh?
Yeah, well, I might have to get some Power Plus Race Fuels, which I have. Well,
no, if those boys can't help you out with some nitro, I think I can know a guy.
Steve, I need a car that I can drive home in. If I put nitro in that thing, mate, it's going to go kaboom.
Just a little bit, you know, just enough so you got a bit of a crackle out of the pipes, dude. Why are you so worried about it?
There'll be no nitro going anywhere near my car. Thank you very much.
Not with that attitude, there won't be. No 8 reaction time for the Camry. There's been plenty of laps out here tonight. The BMW gets away pretty nicely in the rocket lane.
Hey, just a quick question to Psyop Gypsy. What's going on with Panel Van Man? We haven't seen him on for a couple of weeks. He's been very, very quiet lately. It probably explains why we haven't got a lot of old school Fords out here. They probably think they've lost a fan.
I don't know. All right, next up we've got Subaru STI up against the S14. I can't see the lights. I think it's an S14A, so a Zenki model, the later version.
That's cool.
Very nice cult classic down there. Looks like the STI is going to lead the way. It does 1407 at 101 to 1489 at 96 mile per hour.
Barry Bob's asking, why did some bloke just drive a Colorado down the drag strip? Because they can.
Yeah. We're not, we're not modelist. Well, everyone can have a go.
That's right, exactly. Even. Hey, it's great to see Club Magnation have joined the chat as well. Hello. G'day, guys.
Magnation.
Yes.
There'll be plenty of that coming up later tonight with the Burnouts.
Getting some mangers.
And the reason for the Colorado, or say, maybe the Hyundai Getz that you've just seen go down the strip, or this Ford Escape that's about to do the same thing in the Tesla, there's a big reaction time jackpot on tonight. I'm sure plenty of the rest of you have heard us talk about that all night. But yeah, 000 reaction time will net you 2,100 crisp dollary dues for your efforts here tonight. So that's why there's a few people chasing after it. 036 on the light for the Escape, getting closer and closer.
Barry Bob, it's about $70 to come out and race on a Wednesday night.
Yep.
So it's actually cheaper if you buy online. I think it's a little bit more expensive if you buy here on the gate. But, mate, that's all it is, $70. And, depending on the night, like a night like tonight, you can get plenty of runs, plenty of practice.
Yep.
And, you guys actually interviewed Sammy Joe.
Yes.
Last week.
We did.
And Sammy Joe, who's racing tonight for Dialed In Racing.
Yep.
And, it's practice. It's repetition, repetition, repetition. The best way to explain it is if you want to become a pro stock driver, effectively you've got to do the exact same thing every pass. You've got to shift gears exactly the same time, blah, blah, blah. And it's all that repetition and getting to know your vehicle, knowing how to get it off the line, knowing how your car reacts off the line. And, you could be a first timer and crack a 000, and it has happened before.
Yep.
So
I think the last big jackpot winner was, I think it was $2,400, was a manual Suzuki Jimny.
That's exactly right.
Completely standard. It was certainly something that we weren't expecting, but yeah, anyone can have a go, and that's what it's all about. It's about having a bit of fun. It's about going out, seeing if you try your luck, see what you can do.
Yeah, Barry, you need an approved helmet. You also have to wear long sleeves, long pants, and covered shoes when you come out to race on a Wednesday night here at Aeroflow Race for Real. As for the bikes,
bikes, similar sort of combination. Obviously, you need to wear a helmet when you're riding motorcycle. Motorcycle appropriate clothing, basically. So jacket, pants, preferred a motorcycle style boots and gloves. Basically what you would ride your bike on the road in, not flip-flops and footy shorts, preferably.
I call them squids.
Yeah, if you're one of those people. Potential meat crayon is a great way that...
I like that. I like that terminology.
I like to call people. I know I sound like an old and the fun police and all that sort of stuff, but it's really not that fun to slide down the road. So,
and it's not, and it can happen here, can't it?
Yeah, it can happen anywhere. So, but that's basically what you need. So, all the normal gear that you would wear. You don't have to have full leathers or anything like that. But if you choose to, then you can. 11:07 for the Aeroflow lane at a 126 mile per hour. Plenty of limiter action from the Corolla on this one.
Oh, he's taking on this very quick red Tesla. But no, Barry, if you are thinking about coming out one night, mate, feel free. The more the merrier. Look, we'd love to see you out here, Barry. I think you'd enjoy it. It's not only the racing side of it, Barry, it's also the people that are out the back that you meet.
Yep, you usually pull up, in front of, behind, next to someone in the staging lanes that might have a similar car to yours, or have a car that you really like, or they might recognise your car, or go, hey, I had one of those once and it was really good, blah, blah, blah. It's just a good way to get out and enjoy what it is that you love to do, and have a crack at something different if you've never done it before. So you can do whatever it is that you like. But Big Alex there, can you wear a pink outfit, mate? As long as it's all the safety approved kind of pink outfit, then you're welcome.
Yep. And if you want to wear a helmet, Big Alex, with a mullet, feel free.
All right, 11:62 at 126 for the little 1600 down there. Really nice pass to a 12.99 in the rocket lane.
All right, we've got this Commodore VZ down here in the Aeroflow lane, about to take on the BMW, which has been running really well all night.
Yep.
Hasn't been the quickest car here tonight, but I'll tell you what, this person is having an absolute ball. And I say person because I don't know if it's a bloke or a lady driving it.
Doesn't matter. Red light though, not ideal. They have left a bit early a few times, unfortunately, but trying to get after it. So 11:49, 133 miles per hour. That's a couple of tenths out of the 60 away from a 10-second pass in that car. So very nice. A lot of clutch slip or wheel spin from the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. So something not too happy about it on that pass.
Well, I told you, Steve, I would cop it. Sicko said he wants to see Stu in his pink Sydney Dragway outfit. The pink shirt only comes out for, obviously, if it's something cancer related, which is what the shirt was all about.
Yep.
Particularly when one of our very close friends, not all that long ago in the drag racing community, unfortunately succumbed to cancer. And that's the only time I will wear that shirt unless we do an actual cancer night. So, I don't do it for a laugh, it's for a serious thing. And
yeah, we've all, as unfortunate it is, we've all been touched, or we've felt the touch of cancer in our lives. So it's definitely something that we all take pretty seriously there. But yeah, look, why not have a bit of a laugh and a bit of fun while we're doing it anyway. So maybe the mullet and the pink shirt at the same time, Stu.
Yes. Now,
it'll be business, sit at front, party at the back.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, this VL down here, it's got a sticker on the back of it. It says heavy rig on the back of it. You know what? He's probably only running standard street tyres, which is probably hindering him just a little bit. It does move around a fair bit.
Yeah, he probably could benefit from some Mickey Thompson radials to pick up just across the road, Rocket Industries there. So bit of a skid out of the hole for the VL again on this one, but unfortunately the VF Commodore rolled the beam, so you don't get a second go at it on a Wednesday night, unfortunately. So we'll have to get on down the track there.
Yeah, that Falcon that went down before had a fair bit of attitude about it off the start line, which is pretty exciting to watch as this white VF just lights it up in the burnout. Oh, that sounds tough.
Big burnout for the VF down there in the Aeroflow lane. So not looking to save the tyres on that one.
Tell you what though, this yellow ute, you don't see a lot of yellow utes around. My understanding, Pat, I had a friend of mine who used to have a yellow wagon. Apparently, when Holden brought this colour out, they only made or built a certain number of them. I believe it's a very, very rare colour.
Yeah, it's pretty rare because it's a really difficult colour to get right. I believe Holden had the same issue that Ford did when they had Rapid as a yellow in the BA, BF models. They didn't do them for a very long time because it's really hard to get consistent. That's the biggest issue I find with yellow, and some of the other colours like VF's had some issues with consistency out of the factory as well. Unfortunately, with different materials and things going on. So yeah, probably pretty rare, and yeah, like you say, you don't see that many of them. And as we mentioned earlier about the Tirana, the lights here at Sydney Dragway make them look really, really nice. So 054 reaction time from Sammy Joe on that one, a 10.69 with a 2 at 125 miles per hour. So yeah, heading in the right direction for Sammy Joe on that pass.
Now, just having a look at the start line, I did see Keithy just having a quick look underneath Sammy's car as she was launching it. So, not to say it came out of Sammy's car, we don't know, but looks like there's a few little drops that they've picked up.
Yeah, a little bit of something happening there, maybe sweating a little bit.
Well, guys, just while we've got this little hold up, if you're hungry, guys, make sure you get yourselves up and to the food vans and the food stores. We've got the ice cream van up the top there, which is always a good thing. And, you know, as I always mention, if you've got ice cream, make sure you go and get a cinnamon donut, let it cool down a little bit, and get a plate and put the ice cream with the donut, or dip the donut into the ice cream. Yeah.
That's like a pretty good combination.
That's my chef brain working.
Yeah, I like it.
You know, if it's got nuts on top of the ice cream and chocolate sauce, oh, even better.
My waistline's expanding just thinking about that, Stu.
No, I was just about to apologise. Actually, just thinking about that, I apologise to all the mums and dads that are up in the stands. Sorry, guys.
Mum, Dad, I want an ice cream and a donut.
They'll be like, oh, blame Pocket Rocket. He suggested it. We've got this beautiful looking Centura about to come out.
It's been on a tear tonight, 920s, 145 odd mile per hour.
Yeah, great looking car, this one. And look, this gentleman I've noticed too, Pat, he's become very much a regular here at Race for Real as well. He's been here for the last, I would say the last 4 weeks. He's brought the car out.
Very good. We're certainly here last week, which, you had a chat to him down there, and we all had our bets on a Hemi being under the hood. But yeah, small block Ford. It's got a Windsor in it, so really cool.
Oh, I don't know, Sicko. Caramel sauce is good, but I don't think it beats chocolate sauce, mate.
That's a debate for the ages. Down there, all right, we've got Eden Abella in the Aeroflow lane. Turbo LS combination in that ute. Has been running 990s tonight at 145. And a little Centura in the Rocket lane. As we mentioned earlier, 920, 140 odd mile per hour. Two very different ways of going about things here. They're both into full stage. Eden bringing the car up onto the two-step. Centura gets out with a 1.5 60 foot. Puts a gap on it. It's going to hold it all the way out there. Abella coming home with top end charge, but not enough. 950 at 146 mile per hour for the Centura. 1025 at 144. A little bit off on the 60 foot for Eden in the ute. That pass.
Well, Eden has a tendency to run in that 10.20 to 10.1 second bracket consistently, but then when Joseph Bello comes out, sometimes he likes to try and wick it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think it depends on what the goal is each night for Eden. You know, a lot of the time we want to work on the dial-in for like track championships because it is bracket racing. But sometimes you just want to go fast.
Exactly right, and you know, I'm unfortunately been away from the New South Wales State Championship Series for a little while. That's just mainly because I've been busy with work. But you know, a lot of people look at bracket racing, and I wouldn't say they don't understand it, depending on the class, of course. But you know, for the most part, it's a very, very exciting way to go drag racing. I mean, yes, you've got a heads-up race like a lot of our pro classes and Group 1 categories, but when it comes to dial your own, there's a whole lot to think about, and I think that's what makes the racing very exciting, because not only do you want to be sharp on the lights, but that Gulf Western Oil finishing line, I mean, that can make you or break you, and that's where you've got to really know your car. You've got to know exactly where your competitor is on the track at all times, because hey, you can break out, you can lose the race.
Yep, and we see it all the time. You know, like people get a great launch and whatnot, and they're feeling it, and you know, or they've got, it's a really close race, so they've got a car right next to them. You know, might be on their door handle, so they stay into the throttle, and then you know, they've elected that they're going to run a 10:35, for example, and they stay in the throttle a little longer than they should have to keep their nose ahead, and all of a sudden they run a 10:30 and they get knocked out because it's a breakout. So it is a complex thing to get your head around from a spectator point of view if you're not used to it, but it is a challenge, and one that many competitors take up here at Sydney Dragway on a regular basis. So yeah, certainly, and you know, it's designed as sort of a playing field leveler. You know, it's not in the bracket you're deciding where you're going to run rather than just who's got the biggest wallet and, you know, the most horsepower. So it is sort of a way of leveling the playing field and making it a lot more competitive depending on the budgets and the type of car in each category.
And you know, we mentioned earlier at the top of the show, roughly, with the you know, with the Barra motors, and it doesn't cost a lot of money to go quick, but you look at a lot of these bikes that come out off the showroom floor. I mean, even to run a bike in the street bike class, you know, you could run a 990, which is maybe at the top end of qualifying, but come racing, you can have the quickest bike. And there's always that, I guess to a certain degree, Pat, there's always that question, well, I'm at the quicker end of this bracket, but then I could maybe fall into the slower end of the next bracket up. So there's something as a rider you're probably going to look at as well.
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure out where it is that you want to live, so to speak. You know, you could be really wringing your combination's neck to get into that lower ET.
Yes.
Which might mean that your Wally Hoster dips into the 8s again there. It might mean that you're increasing the amount of maintenance involved. You know, you're increasing the wear on components to be at that pointy end of the the bracket. But you don't need to. You know, you can always wind it back a little bit and, you know, run slightly slower so you can be more consistent and, you know, you save the equipment. So there's definitely lots of different ways that you can go about it when it comes to bracket racing. But it takes experience to know, okay, this is what I know that my car can do every time. This is what I know I can do every time. And then you can really focus on that rather than just trying to go all out, which, yeah, that's got its place as well. We love seeing heads-up racing. We love seeing everyone just go as fast as they want to go. Yeah. Ultimately, that's sort of what drag racing's about, right? Who can be the fastest? But it's not sustainable for a lot of races. So that's where the bracket racing does come in.
Now, one question I guess has been on the lips of a few people, particularly people I've spoken to through the drag racing scene that are spectators, not racers. What's going on with the Aeroflow Nitro funny cars? Because have there been some new parts going on one of them?
Yeah, there's been some upgrades here and there, but you know, that's always at the big end of the top end of the tree when it comes to the drag racing sport. Everyone's always trying to find that edge and something new, but you know, there's been a few new bits and pieces going on, but like always, the team gets their head around it pretty quick, and you know, we'll have all of the cars out again on the 8th of November here at Sydney Dragway for that NDRC Top Fuel Grand Final. So yeah, definitely been cutting some laps. We can't give away all the secrets, Stu.
No, of course not.
No. Yeah, we've been cutting some laps in the funny car, and you know, I'm sure the guys in dragsters have been doing the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, a bit of testing here and there. But yeah, funny cars have been a great series for us to pioneer or to champion back into Australian drag racing.
It's been fantastic. But the question I get asked a fair bit, Pat, is that you know, a lot of people used to watching the Top Fuel dragsters, and for good reason. They've been around a little bit longer than our current Nitro funny cars. But I get a lot of people ask me, how long do you think it will be before we see a funny car matching the speed and the ET of a dragster? And for me, it's a bit of a tough question to answer, because really they're not that far off the dragsters, but obviously they're a totally different car to drive and race. So yeah, as I say to them, it's a very, very tricky question for me to answer.
Yeah, look, I mean, you've got to look at a funny car being the harder way to do it, just simply because of wheelbase. You know, the engine's in front of the driver, the wheelbase is shorter.
Yes.
You know, they don't have the big tall wings sitting up high off the back of it, and that's really what gives the dragsters the edge as far as being able to put the horsepower down. So you'll see a little bit more mile per hour, you'll see some lower ETs. The funny cars are a wild ride.
Yes.
You know, much shorter wheelbase, so you don't have as much chassis to be flexing and, you know, take up a lot of that hit, assisting with the you know, the tyres to give you traction, because as we know, there's no suspension in those cars,
right,
so to speak. So it's all down to the chassis and the tyre, and then delivering the power. The funny cars have the same horsepower; they've got the same power unit as the dragsters. You know, 10, 11,000 horsepower available. An engine that technically shouldn't work with the amount of fuel that's in those things, basically hydraulic. But when those twin 44 amp mags kick a whole bunch of spark down the cylinder, that nitro does its thing and you know, really gets going. So yeah, it's you know, by design of the cars, it's going to be pretty tricky for a funny car to be at the same ET as a dragster, but mile per hour speed is getting a lot closer.
Yes.
So yeah, and even matching in some cases, but it just means that they're throwing the clutch and the power at it further down the track to see them run out the back door. So yeah, really, really exciting. Can't wait to see them back on track. So I think there's a bit of a surprise in store for that event on the 8th of November. So definitely people should get down to the track and watch it. if nothing else, that's what you want to see at Sydney Dragway. It's nitro cars. I mean, of course, we want to support all of our, sportsman categories and, our amateur races. But if you're going to go to the track for one thing, nitro is what you want. So you feel it. You don't just see it and hear it. You feel it, and it's really hard to explain that to people.
That's right.
But if you ever jump on, Instagram or YouTube or something like that, just search, first time nitro experience sort of videos, and you'll see what it's like. So, get on down here, support the big end of town, because they put on the show for everyone, and then that also leads into backing the sportsman races, which Aeroflow have been instrumental in with the NDRC coming on board. So the Aeroflow Sportsman Championship. So, from that point of view, we're really proud to be involved and kick on that sportsman championship that's going to lead to future fuel car drivers. You know? That's the goal at the end of the day, and pro mod and pro alcohol and all of those categories that the pro stock guys, all those categories that everyone really wants to see. So get on down and support it, because it's a great time.
And if you are coming to the track, guys, as we say, when you buy your ticket to come in, you are allowed to go down to the pits. Your ticket allows you to go down to the pits and have a walk around, and you get to see everything from street cars all the way through to Top Fuel.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's another sight to see. You see the Top Fuel nitro guys, any of the professional teams tearing down a car and turning it around between rounds. Super impressive. So it's aggressive. It's it's hot. It's sweaty. There's smells. There's oil. There's fuel. There's everything going everywhere. But it's just this beautiful sort of wild ballet of blokes running around these cars, stripping them down, pulling the rods and pistons out of it, the racks, and swapping the heads, and relining the blowers, and all that sort of thing. Is all happening down there. So really, really cool to see. It gives you a great insight into what it takes to get these awesome machines down the track, turned around, and then put on a show all over again. 3 or 4 times in a day. So definitely worth looking at.
Yeah, it's definitely worth the price of admission. Well, we're coming to the end of our drag racing part of the night. There's not many cars and bikes left, and we won't be too far away from the Burnouts coming out. I can see some of our cars down in the marshalling area for the Burnouts, so we'll see them very, very soon.
As we see the little rotary powered wagon up again here against the R33 Skyline. All the RPM on board with the wagon, riding the clutch to get it to launch out of the hole. A couple of flames out of the pipe on the way down on the gear changes. It crosses through for a 15.00 with an 8 at 97 miles per hour, and a 15.091 at 94 for the Skyline.
Just had a message through Fried VX. He said so he's not skidding tonight, but he will be for No Mercy. So that's Fried VX as part of Club Mang Nation. Great supporters of Sydney Dragway, particularly the Burnouts. Now we've got the giant killing Toyota Sportivo. I think it's a Sportivo out here taking on the Ford. I keep thinking of calling it a Mazda Tribute, but it's got a Ford badge on it, so.
I believe the phrase would be same but different, Stu.
Yeah.
What was the term that you used earlier? Twin under the skin.
Yeah, twin under the skin.
Twin under the skin, yeah.
Well, I said I'd be nice tonight. Normally I call it soccer bum's car, but, But
it's a bit of badge engineering is what they used to call it as well.
Well, if Mark Thomas was here, he'd be like, it'd be blowing rust all over the Aeroflow lane.
No.
Because it's got a Ford badge on it.
Oh, no, he's all right. He's not that bad. I mean, he is, but he's not that bad. He's all right. Little Sportivo is going to lead the way home down there at 16.24 at 89 miles per hour to a 20.498 at 73 for the Escape.
Yeah, Sicko, No Mercy is this Saturday from here at Sydney Dragway. It's a day event.
Yep, it's going to be a pretty big one.
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
big one. We've got pre-registration and entries on Friday during the day. And then Saturday is the big day for No Mercy. All sorts of skids. There's Skid Row. They've got the playpen open down here as well. Plenty of vendors and food trucks. And even, Stu, you mentioned helicopter rides.
Yeah, there's going to be helicopter rides as well.
Pretty wild.
Yep, of course, Kalidi Clothing Company. They will have their stand, no doubt, up and running up the top. You can get all your merchandise. Gus, man. But, no, it's going to be a big day at Burnout. So if you love it, make sure you bring the family out and be a part of the day. I know the Burnout family will be out in force.
It will be a big one. And the previous night, if you're up for a bit of roll racing action, Cots round 6 is on here at Sydney Dragway Friday night. So all of the big horsepower cars that you know and love in the roll racing scene will be back down here on the Sydney Dragway prepped strip. Much safer environment, better traction, great vibe down here for a Cots event as well. So if you're keen on some roll racing, make sure you tune in and check it out.
Well, guys, I can see the headlights have come to life on one of our Burnout cars. So obviously they've got those cars fired up. Here comes this beautiful looking left-hand drive Mustang. 1.44 in 60 this time.
Yeah, wants to pick up the front end on the hit there, but let's make another clean pass in the rocket lane.
Wow, 10.17, 131 miles per hour.
That is a stout Mustang.
That is quick. All right, got the heavy rig. He's thought, you know what?
We're talking about Burnouts. It's his last run of the night, so old mate's had a good crack at it. I think I heard Top Gear click there. So not sure if that's going to benefit him as far as the traction is concerned, but hell, good Burnout makes everything better, right?
That's exactly right. And like they said, you know, like you said, it's the last run of the night for him. Actually got it off the line.
Yeah, I think
well.
it helped. I think it helped.
1.66 in the 60. That's about the cleanest I've seen it leave the line all night.
Yep. Yep. Very nice. Okay, 1182 at 115 miles per hour. So 1352 at 109 for the VF.
Well, guys, I'm going to make my way down towards the Burnout pad and start getting pumped up, ready for Burnouts.
Good deal, Stu. Thank you for that. And we'll hear you in just a moment at the pad. Just had that last pair of cars head down at the track just before we've got our last pair of bikes. So I'm thinking that might be Wally Hoster in the Aeroflow lane and beautiful Ducati Panigale in, I think it's a Panigale, or is it a V4? Really nice combination. The VL maybe it's getting a little bit of heat in it when it's doing that big burnout with a little drizzle down there on the track, but nonetheless, the track crew's got it all tidied up. Yeah, that's a cool looking bike. Yeah, it'll be on the big screen there. Check that thing out. That is a wild bit of gear. Really cool custom wrap or paint job on it. It's got the Aeroprovic exhaust on there as well. Super cool. I think I ran a 10.0 last pass. on this one, which is pretty impressive. Nice, ripping through the gears. 997 at 152. Saves the best for the last. Panagalia on that pass, 11.46 with a 9 at 123 miles per hour. Well, that will conclude the drag racing portion of the night here at Aeroflow Race for Real. We've got some burnout cars getting mustered up out the back there. They're about to make their way down towards the burnout pad. So stick with us. There's plenty of dedicated burnout fans here at Sydney Dragway and plenty on the live streams. So we're going to have some burnout action coming for you in a very short amount of time. In the meantime, while we get those cars ready, let's just duck off to some ads from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with some killer burnouts here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island, where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They're so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
We're here at Phillip Island, where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They're so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
All right, folks, as you can see, the burnout cars are making their way across the burnout pit here at Sydney Dragway. It's been Aeroflow Race for real tonight. We've had plenty of drag racing. Now we've got quite a few burnouts coming up for your enjoyment. I think we've got a pocket rocket down there somewhere wandering around with a microphone. I know he's getting pretty psyched up to see these skid cars. You down there, Stu?
I certainly am, mate. I'm keen for the burnouts too. Oh, that's a sweet-looking Commodore in the kind of the purple colour. That looks really nice.
How many cars we got down there, Stu? Is that 6?
Yeah, we got 6 tonight, which isn't a bad turnout considering that we do have No Mercy this weekend here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, definitely plenty of people saving their powder, as it were, for the weekend. Gunpowder, that is.
But no, it's good to see a whole heap of cars. Also good to see a whole heap of people as well up in the grandstand, a lot of families. And that's what we like to see. I know it's school holidays, but, you know, it ain't a race meeting without these people that are up in the stands. So, Sydney Dragway, what's going on? So, yeah, the drag racing has been good tonight, I've got to say, but that's right. We know that this is the party time of the night, so Sydney Dragway, who's ready to party? Hey guys, we've got people watching from all around the world. I mean, that wasn't that loud, it wasn't that crazy. How many of you guys are Burnout family? Put your hands up. Right, can you guys show everybody else how it's done? Sydney Dragway, you ready to party? That's more like it. Hey, I've got to say to our Sydney Dragway crew that are down here, there's some kids up there that have got voices almost as big as mine, if not bigger. Little pocket rockets, let's get those hands, little fingers up in the air, kids. Let's see them up there, because we're not too far away from kicking off the burnouts tonight. The cars are making their way up the return road. I can't wait. I'm pumped. I'm pumped. I did say I'd be a little bit serious at the night, but, you know, I'm working upstairs with Pat and Steve and calling drag racing. You've got to be a little bit serious. But burnouts, this is where we go a little bit nuts. We go a little bit crazy. Are you ready for burnout?
Of course.
I'll tell you who is ready for burnouts. Mad Car Media. Ladies, do you want to show these people how it's done? Are you ready for burnouts?
Yeah!
See? That's how it's done, and that's only 2 of them. That's all right. All right. The rocket's fired up, the crowd's fired up, the Sydney Dragway A-team, hopefully they're fired up. I'm not going to talk about Ish because he's a Queensland rugby league supporter. All right, here we go, guys. Our first car for the night. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Falcon. All right, next up on the pad, we've got the turbo-assisted Commodore, Fabio. Now, Pat, you just told me that he put some barrier injectors in it, and it made 300 kilowatts.
Some Barra injectors in his Commodore.
Apparently, that's what he just told me.
Some kind of sacrilege happening here.
Well, I'm interested to see how it goes because, you know, turbo cars and burnouts, they either go good or it could be a recipe for disaster. Hopefully, he doesn't blow it up. Let's get those limiter fingers up. Let's show some love for Fabio. I was going to say, he's got 1 minute to go, but ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Fabio. I'll tell you what, Pat, that sounded pretty sweet from down here.
It was up on the limiter for sure, that one, so he did pretty well, but always some room for improvement, but maybe we'll see Fabio back for No Mercy on Saturday. Who we got up next, Stu? Guys, we've got some mean skids going on, but that means there is a bunch of tyre and rubber that can throw around, so just make sure you back up behind that line that we've got marked out there, guys, the pink bunting or the where those big flags are across the lower section of the seats. Let's just get you back up behind that level. So those of you, I can see there's a few guys that are down right on the handrail, down near the grass. If you're up a little bit closer to the end of the burnout pad, can you just move back up away from the handrail, please, guys? We just don't want anything, don't want any debris getting thrown at you there. So yeah, if you can move just up a little bit higher in the seats, that'd be great.
Sydney Dragway, put your hands together for the Commodore wagon. Hey, next up on the pad, we've got a Falcon called You're Up, and it's got a pretty serious looking engine bay in it. In there, Pat, so I can't wait to see what this car has got for us.
Yeah, let's check it out. But first, guys, please, we can see you at the bottom of the steps, right on the handrail. Move up, further up, higher, five seats, 5 rows up, off the handrail, down near the grass. Please move up there, otherwise we'll stop the burnouts, and everyone else here at Sydney Dragway will be upset with you because you stopped all the burnouts. Move up higher in the seats.
Well, a bit unfortunate there, backed the car into the wall, but he's still going.
Not afraid to slide that thing around, Stu.
Great stuff there. Oh, the Falcon is still going. Good effort there from Europe in the Falcon. Probably not the start he was looking for though, just backing it into the wall. But these things do happen. The next car we've got coming up on the pad is a Commodore called On Heat. And the gentleman behind the wheel, his name is Jay Porter. And it's his first ever skid here at Sydney Dragway. So Sydney, let's make him feel welcome. First time on the pad for Jay Porter. Tell you what, it sounds good too, this Commodore. Great stuff there for Jay in the Commodore.
Geez, Stewie, that was might have been his first skid here at Sydney Dragway, but it certainly wasn't his first skid.
That was very, very well done. And I'll tell you what, it made all the right noises. Great skid. All right, we've got our last car for tonight. We've got the Commodore. from Clapbank Nation. Well, let's see if you can get this refired and get some tyres off. All right, he's got 2 minutes, guys. Sydney, let's make some noise. Oh, man, what's going on? He's trying, he's trying. Ooh. What? I think this might be a toe-off job, I think. Yeah, I think we might have to tow him off, I think.
Yeah, I think the Mang Mang says no.
Yeah. At least it didn't go bang, which is the main thing.
Well,
so
yes.
It's something that they can have a look at and bring the car out again in the future. Well, Sydney Dragway, that is it for tonight's Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. My name's Stuart White, also known as the Pocket Rocket. Thank you, guys. Be safe on the way home. Big thank you to Pat Elliott as well, co-commentating with me tonight. And of course, the Bushman on the production side of things. Well done, Steve. It's good to be up in the box with you again.